All right, here we are. We are live. So just jumping right into it, we got Baby Miller right now being announced with Daniel Dubois. And this is one of the most highly anticipated matches of the entire card. Earlier, we had a lot of finishes in this card, a whole lot more than what we would have expected. With the Philip Hergovich fight, we sort of expected that, but he did it in such a devastating fashion with in the first round. The same thing with Jai. He was able to finish off a 17 and 0 European level fighter in Ellis Zorro. Tonight and the next match is coming up. Maybe it's not going to be as much of, let's say, a squash match with the other fights, but we never know. We shall see. So now Daniel Dubois is being announced right now. Yeah, I didn't even put up thumbnail for this. I just saw that the fight, one of the main fights that I wanted to see, along with the other ones that I've been keeping up with throughout the day, is now Gerald Miller and Daniel Dubois. And I didn't expect a lot of them to be squash matches, but it is what it is. Well, here it is now. Gerald Miller taking on Daniel Dubois. Round one is about to commence. And by the way, don't forget to like and subscribe. We are about to start round one right now, 259, 258 of the first round between Gerald Miller versus Daniel Dubois. Daniel Dubois opened it up very aggressive. Wow. And it seems that Gerald Miller is blocking a lot of these shots at the same time, doesn't seem very fazed by it. Gerald Miller with the gladiator shorts, and behind it is the Saudi Arabian flag. Gerald Miller is a current Muslim convert from what he had said in one of his interviews. Now, how is that going to help in his career? Perhaps maybe a little bit more of a disciplinary method to his lifestyle, which is always good and always positive. But here comes Dubois right now getting busy on Gerald Miller at 152, 151 of the first round. And Gerald Miller is just defending himself from all these jabs and these attacks by Daniel Dubois. Daniel Dubois seems to be more of the aggressor in the first round in the current moment of time. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. I just literally jumped on the stream as soon as Gerald Miller and Daniel Dubois walked out. I didn't even put on a thumbnail, nor did I went out and share this yet, but hopefully we'll get a lot of the crowds and the viewers coming in as the card progresses. Now here we are in the first round of the highly anticipated Miller versus Dubois. Here's Dubois right here with a low shot. Seems to be a body shot he was going for, but Gerald Miller's complaining with a low blow. And here comes a 1-2 from Daniel Dubois, getting aggressive here. Seems to be the guy that's a lot more light on his feet, Daniel Dubois, in comparison to Gerald Miller. And here we are. Now, he goes and tries to go for an overhand right. Now, how about the overhand right that Jai hit Zorro with earlier in the night? Right? It looked like the same overhand right that Khabib hit Conor McGregor with, only except this time it was able to knock out Zorro, unfortunately. So here comes Daniel Dubois now trying to put on for the Brits tonight, trying to have a redemption for them in the night as he takes on the American superstar in boxing, Gerald Miller, who, by the way, has a previous career in kickboxing, has fought the likes of Mirko Kokop, if you could believe that. But so far, the first round, you would have to give this round to Daniel Dubois. No doubt about it. If you think any differently or if you have a different opinion, come comment on the live comments and let me know what you think. But so far, I think it's so good for Daniel Dubois. Now, what is it that Gerald Miller needs to do a little bit different in order for him to, let's say, get the better of this matchup? I think he needs to move a whole lot more aggressively. He needs to trust his jabs. It seems that Daniel Dubois seems to be a lot more of the jab heavy fighter right now, which is always a good sign and a good tone for you to start off in the fight. Now, with Jarrell Miller, he seems to be content with blocking these shots in ways where he is allowing Daniel Dubois to get off on combinations on the following end of, let's say, a jab or maybe a 1-2 or just a cross coming from Daniel Dubois. So here we are, round number 2. Daniel Dubois opens up once again, the aggressor, as Jarrell Miller is set to defend his combinations that's coming at him. Uppercut by Daniel Dubois right there. Now, one has to wonder, now that Jarrell Miller is no longer the Jarrell Miller that we knew in 2018, 2019, when he had a little bit of juice, now that he's being heavily drug tested, you got to ask yourself, what is the difference now in his career and how he goes about his strength, his confidence? Can you perform the same way that you did when you were on the juice? And that is a question that he now has to answer. So far, right now, it's a better matchup for Daniel Dubois. He seems to be the more active fighter. He seems to be the one setting the range, setting the footwork, allowing himself to fight in any corner of the rope that he wishes. And Jarrell Miller is just attacking him with single shots if he's lucky enough, and just defending the combinations from Daniel Dubois as we're currently looking at it right now. Now they're fighting up close range with each other, 120, 119 of the second round. They said that Cristiano Ronaldo and Conor McGregor are in the stance right now. That should be interesting. I mean, this is what the Saudis do, right? They bring in the celebrities in order for them to attract tourism, and rightfully so. It's what most nations do. They just have the big bucks to really do it for everybody. So I believe Anthony Joshua is the quintessential main event in this card, right? Especially with the magnitude that it's at. You have Deontay Wilder. I think rightfully so, with 30 seconds left that we have with Daniel Dubois and Jarrell Miller right now. Now, why I say rightfully so is because you got to understand this, right? Anthony Joshua has carried the heavyweight division for some odd, amount of years now, right? So he sort of deserves all of this. He sort of deserves being the guy as the one that is the headline of this all-star card that we have in front of you. Oh, wow. Miller just rocked him right now at the end of the second round. And here comes Bivol in the background right here as he is getting ready himself for the next matchup. So Bivol versus Arthur, which is going to be very, very interesting to say the least. And there's Deontay Wilder now entering the building right here. Then there's Jarrell Miller being consulted by his corner. Boom, right there. It's almost like a shot to the back of the head right there. And then he goes with a hook right there and rocks Dubois right there a few times with some hooks. That's what Jarrell Miller has. He has that shot knockout power in order for him to get himself out of trouble if needed. Big swing by Miller, misses right there. Oh, here we go. Now they are banging away right now. In the third round right now, 233, 230, 231, 229, 227, 226. Just getting a thumbnail going for this stream right here. Here we go. Here comes Miller right here with a clinch. Looked like a Muay Thai clinch there for a second. Uppercut attempt by Dubois. Here we go. Yeah, it seems that Jarrell Miller is just constantly being on the defense here until, of course, he gets a little bit aggressive and then throws some bombs, which he did at the end of the second round there. All right. We are about to get a thumbnail for this, and hopefully, this attracts some viewers. Here we go. 50 seconds left of the third round. Oh, big swing by Miller right there. Here we go. Double jab by Jarrell Miller right here. 27 seconds left of the third round. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are covering this fight right here, with also talking about some UFC as well. If you like boxing and the UFC, you're going to love this particular content right here and what we're going to do, because not only are we going to cover the fights with these two guys banging away, with Dubois throwing hooks and Jarrell Miller fighting back, but we're also going to talk about the UFC as the end of the year and look back throughout the whole entire year of 2023 and what we can look forward to in 2024 in the UFC calendar. Wow. Yeah, there we go. That's where Jarrell Miller can obtain some level of success, is being able to throw some jabs in there. It's a good fight so far, but I think you would have to slight this towards Daniel Dubois for sure. All right, here we go. Here we go. Daniel Dubois, yeah, seems to be the more active fighter as soon as he engages. Here we go. Hooks coming from Miller right here. Yeah, this is a really grueling fight for both guys right here. And you got to think, how are they going to respond to each other past the fifth round after this right here? Yeah, here we go, clinching up. This is not what Dubois wants to do, is stay clinching with Jarrell Miller, only because Jarrell Miller is a Muay Thai fighter and he's also had MMA experience. Daniel Dubois is not going to do good in close range. And here's the proof right here. He hits him with a hard hook right here. And now Jarrell Miller is looking to prowl on him in terms of rocking him again right here with another hook. And now he's just throwing bombs at Dubois right now. Dubois is rocked. Now they're back in the clinching position, which is going to tire Dubois out even more. Oh, big miss by Jarrell Miller right there. He's really trying to end Dubois. Here we go with the jab. See, he's getting really successful with the jabs right here. This is what he needs to do in order to really put it on Dubois, right? Because the hooks can come in, they can always be there. And Jarrell Miller, we know, is very powerful. But if he uses the fundamentals of, let's say, just throwing his jab out there, I think it would do him some wonders. We go. Now that is the end of the fourth round, and we are going into the fifth round right now with this live coverage. Here we go. Tag some people in this so that I can get some awareness going on with this one. Here we go. Now we are in the fifth round of this fight right here. All right. Dubois coming out aggressive once again. Here we go. 222, 221 of the fifth round. Oh, here we go. Jarrell Miller's getting aggressive right here. This is where he shines. 140, 137 of the fifth round. Yeah, here we go. Now they're starting to feel the effects of this fight right now. All right, there we go. Okay, here we go. The Joseph Parker and the Deontay Wilder fight tonight should be wild. Here comes Deontay Wilder walking in with the green Saudi robe right here and the, I believe, Louis Vuitton outfit going on, looking fresh as he should going into his fight tonight with Joseph Parker. Now, that should be interesting because Joseph Parker obviously is the training partner of Tyson Fury, and you would imagine Tyson Fury really put him on some game in order to really understand what he's getting himself into tonight. So shall see. Here we go. Once again, yeah, the pattern of Daniel Dubois is every round he's starting it off stronger than Jarrell Miller, but Jarrell Miller comes in the middle of these rounds were really aggressive to the point where he just starts unloading bombs on him. And it seems that Daniel Dubois is trying to fight very technical and methodical here, but at the same time, he's sort of in this situation where every time Jarrell Miller hits him with a power shot, it's just as if he forgets his game plan and then tries to slug it out with him as well. So that's sort of the observation that I am noticing here going into the sixth round with 144, 143, 142 of the sixth round. So a great card to check out right now. Obviously, the one that we're watching right now, because there's no UFC, so this should be really, really awesome. So here we go. Now they're up in a clinch positions right now. And here we go. Now they're clinching each other. 105 left of the sixth round. I gotta say, man, Daniel Dubois is giving a good account of himself, and don't be surprised if he ends up winning this fight as well. If you've been paying attention, he seems to be landing a lot more of the cleaner shots. But Miller obviously is coming in able to get his game plan on in terms of the power shots, but the volume, I believe, is just on the side of Daniel Dubois. He just seems to be the much more busier fighter. And I think that's going to really help out in the eyes of the judges. All right. Now that is the end of the round right there. All right. Here we go. Joseph Parker walking in the arena right here. Now we are on round 7. So there it is. I got all the groups and the different shares that I needed to do to get this video out. So now we are getting into the 7th round with Jarrell Miller and Daniel Dubois. Now it seems that Daniel Dubois is winning this fight, even though Jarrell Miller seems to be the aggressor, but we shall see. Here we go, a swing and a miss by Jarrell Miller right there. Boom. Here goes a hook by Jarrell Miller right there. Good shot by Miller right there. See, this is what I mean. Daniel Dubois seems to be the more technical guy as we are moving into the 7th round of this fight. But at the same time, it's just Jarrell Miller's power that makes the difference whenever these exchanges come about, especially when they are in close range. And there goes a straight jab by Daniel Dubois right there. Yeah, just halfway through the 7th round right now. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Daniel Dubois is tiring if you really think about it, considering the fact that all the weight that Jarrell Miller is moving forward on Dubois right now seems to take a toll on him. Here comes a double jab by Jarrell Miller, a bit of a lazy jab, but it's what you would expect within this particular segment of the fight. 7th round, 50 seconds left. Guys clinching up on each other. There's Dubois taking some jabs right there, jab by Miller as well. Now here we are, 37 seconds left of the 7th round. Clinching up in the last 20 seconds right here. Yeah, Miller looks really tired. He's never looked this tired in any of his fights ever before, which I think says a lot. And I think that not only it says a lot, I think it really uh puts him in a different trajectory in his career right now with the challenges that he has to face. Obviously, he's faced much easier guys prior to this, and credit to Dubois. This is exactly what we had saw coming from the Usyk fight, right? I mean, the guy put Usyk on the ropes and really put it on him. And guess what? It's showing in this fight right here. This is why you really have the judge fights accurately, and their performance in the last one can really give a real indication as to what you would be expecting in terms of levels that you're dealing with. And Dubois is just a world level fighter. Oh, here we go. Now he's hit. Oh, wow. He could potentially finish Jarrell Miller right here. Now there's Daniel Dubois with a hook. He is definitely setting the pace in this fight. There we go. Oh, man. Dubois is looking to finish this fight right here. He is punishing Jarrell Miller in this current moment of time. But again, this is what we have to expect when it comes to levels. This is the level that Jarrell Miller has, quite honestly, never really faced. And look what Daniel Dubois was able to do against Usyk. And people underestimate that fight because of what was on paper. Most people have probably never even seen that fight. They said to themselves, oh, you know what? Usyk got this fight. We don't need to see it. And then when they hear the results, they hear something to the effect of, wow, man, you know what? I knew that Usyk was going to come out and win, but did you see the fight? Did you see the punishment that Daniel Dubois hit him on the body with? And so people don't want to take that into consideration. No, it was a low blow or this and that. You know what? It doesn't matter. I got to tell you, even if it was a low blow or not, the fact that he's able to put Usyk in the ropes in that type of way, you really have to tell yourself, you know what? There's a reason why he is able to do this and could potentially be one of the first guys to finish Jarrell Miller right now. And here we are, 107, 106, 105 in the eighth round. Don't forget to tap in, like, and subscribe. Don't forget to tell a friend, and share amongst the community of the combat sports space. And here we go, the final 60 seconds of this contest. 10 rounds in this particular contest. Oh, another low blow controversy here. 38 seconds left. 37. Here we go. Now, Daniel Dubois backing up with a jab as he is on his wheels right now. And Jarrell Miller's trying to close the distance here. They are clinching in the last 30 seconds. Hook attempt by Jarrell. Oh, there's a cross right there by Daniel Dubois. Now, Daniel Dubois is laying it on Jarrell Miller right now with 15 seconds left. I'm telling you, he has the volume. Now he's going right down to the body right there. I told you the same way that he goes on Usyk's body in the last fight. But obviously, a lot of people will beg to differ and say otherwise. Here we go. A shot at the end of the round and really rocks Miller right there. Again, Daniel Dubois showing his talent and his prowess right here. Okay, yeah, there is a low blow right there. Can't. They're playing old 50 Cent songs in the background. They love them some 50 Cent in Saudi Arabia, huh? Remember that video game he had back in the days, Blood in the Sand, where he was basically touring around Dubai and he's now stuck with a bunch of insurgents shooting at him. It's, again, this is why I say 50 Cent was the soundtrack to the War on Terror era. And that is an underestimated fact by a lot of people in the hip hop community and people in the geopolitical space. But here we are in the combat sports space, in particular, the boxing tonight. Here comes Daniel Dubois starting aggressive once again in the ninth round. Now he's got Jarrell Miller rocked for the first time, could possibly be the first guy to finish Jarrell Miller right here. Doing a very good job with just his basics, but hitting enough hard shots in order to really debilitate Jarrell Miller right here. And here we go. Now, he's backing up as he's just jabbing away at Jarrell Miller. Jarrell Miller looks like he's slowing down and he's moving forward on. Oh, he slipped that shot right there. 22 seconds left. 222, 218, 217, 215 back in a clinch position. 211, 213. And here we go. We got a few people tapping in now, guys. Thank you for coming in and viewing this with me. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And also, don't forget to tell a friend as we are witnessing the last 2 minutes of the ninth round with Dubois versus Miller live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The day of reckoning. Live fights right here. And Jarrell Miller is looking tired in the 142, 140 seconds left of the ninth round. Boom, uppercut by Dubois. Now, if both of these guys survive the 10th round, Make no mistake, Daniel Dubois won this fight. And look at the body shots. Look at the body work that Daniel Dubois has going on. With his last outing with Usyk, you got to think to yourself, he may have gotten into some target practice into properly placing the shots into the body to where it's not low enough to where it causes any controversy. And here he is jabbing away with Daniel Dubois doing a very good job jabbing away. And by the way, guys, don't forget to jab away on the like and subscribe button as I work hard for you guys to give you some live coverage of these fights and talk about MMA in the process, and also reminisce UFC in 2023 as we have witnessed the last UFC event in December 16th of UFC 296 with Leon Edwards defeating Colby Covington and Pantoja also retaining his title, among other exciting fights that we can talk about here in the boxing space, but also in the UFC space as well, as we are witnessing 25 seconds left of Dubois versus Miller, one of the most highly anticipated fights of the heavyweight division. And tonight, here we go. Back in a clinch position, 13 seconds left. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So what do you guys think? Did Colby Covington go too far in his trash talking with Leon Edwards? And speaking of which, what is it with people now using dads as some sort of way to diss them, right? How about when Daniel Dubois said, yeah, I'm going to be your daddy now. Haha. A lot of people thought that was a really lackluster type of banter that he had going on with Jarrell Miller. But you know what? He tried hard, and he's out there trying to promote himself. But guess what? Not everybody can be so great on the mic, man. Not everybody has the skills to do that. Not everybody has the social skills and the ability to read the room and the rhythm in order to garner attention and to be captivating, to speak with such emotive language. That's not who Daniel Dubois is. Even though British fighters are known to be artistic and ways of being mic skilled, right? I mean, they come from a very Shakespearean culture, very poetic and whatnot. They should be able to be good on the mic. But again, not everybody. It's different for everyone. But nonetheless, personality or not, Daniel Dubois has 3 minutes left to basically win this fight, because he is winning this fight by the cards. There is hard uppercut by Daniel Dubois right there. And now he's jabbing away at Miller as he's moving forward at him. Another uppercut by Daniel Dubois. Whoa, right there. He slips a shot right there. Daniel Dubois has really shown the levels where he's at right now, and Jarrell Miller has shown that he has yet and a lot more to improve in his way to fighting world level competition like this. Daniel Dubois has obviously really been able to get a lot of great practice runs with the likes of Usyk and among others, such as Joy Joyce, even though it didn't go well for him. But this is a difference in levels of, well, the heavyweight division. I just don't think Jarrell Miller can beat Tyson Fury or Anthony Joshua. I think that he would have been spanked by those guys in any event, in any night given. And Daniel Dubois is showing exactly that right now. But you know what? We can literally eat our words too at the same time and realize, wow, you know what? Jarrell Miller might just knock him out with his eraser right here. Here goes a hook by Daniel Dubois. Another hook, uppercut by Daniel Dubois. Boom. He's just throwing off hooks at Daniel Dubois. Daniel Dubois throwing hooks away at Jarrell Miller right now. Another uppercut attempt. 111, 110, 109, 108, 107. Really good round right here. Good round. Wow, 50 seconds left of the 10th round. Oh, a hook by Daniel Dubois right here. And then Jarrell Miller's trying to look defiant, saying that didn't hurt me. But Daniel Dubois is really throwing some serious bombs on Jarrell Miller right here. Now, to impressively finish this, I think would really make a statement right here. Being the first guy to potentially finish Jarrell Miller. How about it? Here we go. Now Daniel Dubois is going at it. Oh, wow. The referee's about to step in. He's about to be the first guy to potentially finish Jarrell Miller. He is the first guy to potentially finish Jarrell Miller in the 10th round with 10 seconds left of the fight. Daniel Dubois, congratulations on your win. Amazing, amazing, Daniel Dubois. Good job. Great job for Daniel Dubois. What an amazing fight, guys. Like and subscribe on that one. Like and subscribe on that one as we have just witnessed Jarrell Miller for the first time being finished. And now all the criticism of Jarrell Miller is going to come in, and you know it. The criticism that they're going to have for this guy, it's going to be staggering. Oh, he can't hang when, let's say, he has proper drug testing. He's not going to be able to hang in the world levels. Well, we definitely saw what level Jarrell Miller was at tonight. Unfortunately, it didn't go very well for him. That's the name of the game. That's how it goes. And guess what? As a result, Daniel Dubois showed exactly why he won that Usyk fight. And you guys have to really take that into consideration. He showed exactly why he won that Alexander Usyk fight. And you know what? It doesn't matter what you guys think. You can say that it was a low blow. It wasn't. It showed the level of where Daniel Dubois is at in the world levels. And Jarrell Miller got to show tonight where he belonged. Does he belong in the world level, or does he still belong in the regional levels fighting random Americans that really have no name to them? That's what we just witnessed tonight. And congratulations for Daniel Dubois. Here it is, a lovely shot by Daniel Dubois right here. Again, 10 seconds left before the end of the 10th round, and he was able to do it. Boom, right there. All right, more coverage. Just going on a little 1 minute coffee break. Hold on just a second. All right. So what a great break for Daniel Dubois, huh? All right. Sorry about that. Had a little coffee break. Um, so look, that's what's really interesting about these particular fights, right? Is that we we're going to expect a lot of upsets tonight because of the 50-50 scenarios that we had going on with this fight. And this is exhibit A in a nutshell. I mean, we literally understand now why the Saudis decided to put up these 50-50 fights. Competitive, you don't know which way it's going to go one way or the other, which over the years, honestly, you've seen a lot of boxing events where usually you kind of know or think you know what the outcome was going to be. Very few times, except maybe within the British regional levels that I've noticed back in the days, that a lot of boxing fights are not 50-50 fights. This is one of them tonight, and here we are. So there's Daniel Dubois right now thanking his dad and everything. So here we go. They have some formula. Formula E racing. Okay, that's interesting. So, what else is next with this big card that they have going on? Obviously, they are going to have Bivol taking on Arthur next. I think that's going to be one of the squash matches they have going on tonight. Here. So again, Anthony Joshua is the headline for this, and rightfully so, if you really think about it, because he's been the big main event guy all throughout these years. And why would you not give him that particular respect, right? So yeah, now Daniel Dubois, Dimitri Bivol, not 10 seconds. How about 8 seconds left of that particular card? Let me show you guys what I'm looking at right here. See, right here. So this is what we have tonight so far. Dimitri Bivol next, and then Deontay Wilder and Joseph Parker right after. Right, which is great because guess what? We can stay with the stream from now till then on. So that's going to be interesting. So yeah, that knockout with Jai Apataya was amazing right there. And how about the upset with Makhmedov right there against Ajit? Now that was a surprising upset right there. Again, I gotta I gotta shout out my man Zane for this, right? The guy called it. He knew that there were going to be upsets that were going on. So shout out to Zane. I'm gonna mark this right here so that Zane can watch this back and see that I shouted him out because he's the one that predicted this, right? He predicted that there were going to be they were going to have upsets in this fight. So shout out to Zane on that one. But yeah, now they got Carl Frampton now on the TV screen talking. Um Yeah, that's an interesting observation by Carl Frampton. He said that he noticed Daniel Dubois was fading as time went on, but just like a true champion, he sort of fought back and allowed himself to finish Jarrell Miller in a way that really nobody has really been able to. So I think this Drickus fight is going to be even bigger now that Von Strickland got into that little fight with him. So prior to that, it was one of those fights where, quite honestly, no one really cared about because let's face it, right? Sean Strickland is an unlikely champion. Izzy was the guy that was the cash cow of that division. Plus, Drickus was an even more exciting fight based on the storyline. And now Sean Strickland and Drickus created their own storyline, which rightfully so is really going to put their matchup right up there in terms of pay-per-view numbers and attention. So big ups to them on that. Now they're showing the highlights of the fights. I'm sorry, of the rounds between Daniel Dubois and Jarrell Miller. So yeah, Jarrell Miller was really trying to exert his power here, to which Daniel Dubois boxed him beautifully in a way to use his power against him. See, that's the thing about boxing, right? Just like with jujitsu, just like with a lot of these different combat sports, is that you can use proper technique to mitigate danger from a powerful opponent, a bigger opponent, a stronger opponent in using the counters of speed, or maybe if you don't have the speed, maybe you just have the right technique in order to mitigate danger from a certain style that can go against you. So here we go. Now they're showing the last couple of rounds of Daniel Dubois and Jarrell Miller. Yeah, a lot of people are really going to clown Jarrell Miller for this one. This is I mean, this is no bones about it. This is the reality of it. Because of the steroid thing going on, it's never going to work out for you. Because whenever you have a steroid situation and one of those storylines, I mean, people are going to run with it and use it as a low hanging fruit to basically bash you. So be on the lookout for that. That's definitely in the comings of things. And that's the reality of the fight game. Whenever you have these types of slip ups in, let's say, your a private life, or I mean, in this case, your professional life, being that you got caught with drugs, people are going to use that as a way to crucify you, and there's no way around it. See, and even Carl Frampton is saying that right now in the broadcast. Now Daniel Dubois is being interviewed by TNT Sports. Let's listen to this. He said this was the biggest moment of his occasion that really mattered. He's been asked how his mentality and how he can deal with adversity is like. He said he can take it and dish it out, and exactly did that. Frank Warren said that he heard his dad basically cheer him on, and it motivated him. So it's one of those great dynamics that you usually see in boxing. You see it in MMA as well with Tom Aspinall and his dad, among others. Some of the great dads in MMA, such as Stephen Wonderboy Thompson's dad. You do see it a lot in boxing. You see that with Daniel Dubois. You see that with the Eubanks. You see that with the Bens. You see that with all fighting families, such as the Chavezes. So this is no different in that. They got Lennox Lewis being interviewed right now, asking him what they think the last undisputed heavyweight champion of boxing. He's the man right now. He's what a lot of these guys are trying to get to right now. Yeah, Lennox Lewis is giving a good compliment of Daniel Dubois' boxing skills. Yeah, Frank Warren said they weren't sure what this fight would have meant if he was to lose. Obviously, he didn't, and the fact that he won, I mean, I tell you what, it really puts him in that table. But it also says a lot about Jarrell Miller as well, as somebody who's not, let's say, world level. It's just the reality of it. I'll bet you a lot of people are going to jump on the Daniel Dubois train right now. Because, and at first, when he was coming up as a prospect, you know that people were on him. They were like, oh, this is the next coming of Anthony Joshua, or the next coming of, let's say, Tyson Fury. And then he had that loss with Joe Joyce. People called him a quitter of some sort. And now here he is, being the first guy to ever finish Jarrell Miller. And by the way, in a very impressive fashion with 8 seconds left, because I was like, by the way, you guys can rewind this. This is the stream that literally caught that live as a reaction when he was able to finish him within the last few minutes. And yeah, credit to Lennox Lewis. He said that basically Jarrell Miller punched himself out, and that's exactly what Daniel Dubois was able to capitalize on. And he definitely did take advantage of it. Yeah, how about that AJ fight with Otto Wallin tonight? That's going to be awesome, right? Because again, just like with this fight with Daniel Dubois and Jarrell Miller, we're sort of asking ourselves where these guys are at the level that they're at. There's Anthony Joshua right now arriving at the Day of Reckoning site event in Riyadh, and then there's Wallin walking into the arena as well. Yeah, so we literally have 3 fights left, which are 3 big major fights. Dimitri Bivol taking on Arthur, Lyndon Arthur, and then after that you have Joseph Parker taking on Deontay Wilder, and then the main event of the evening, Otto Wallin taking on Anthony Joshua. Yeah, showing the weigh-in photos and the video of Deontay Wilder and Parker as they are about to face off. There's Deontay Wilder right now getting wrapped up. I have a feeling Deontay Wilder is really going to knock out Joseph Parker tonight. I really have that feeling, only because I got to tell you, this is a declining moment for Joseph Parker. Yes, I think it's great that Tyson Fury has had experience with Deontay Wilder and that they're both in the same camp to talk about it and to strategize. But there's no strategizing with Deontay Wilder. His knockout power and the fact that uh, Parker is just not in the prime years of his career in the current moment of time. He's just sort of on a decline. Now, a lot of people say that this is a 50-50 fight. Well, you know what? I got to tell you, it is a bit deceptive when guys get finished, right? And then they go into the next fight. You start thinking to yourself, oh, wow, maybe he could get finished as well. The reality is, sometimes guys are different in different fights and they are different in different days. For example, Andre Arlovsky in the UFC side, right? He's had some of the biggest losing streaks in the heavyweight division, but has also gained a huge winning streak in the process of redeeming those losses. So, which shows you that you never know who is going to show up at what time. Derek Chisora, the same thing. By the way, till this date, he probably gave Alexander Usyk one of the hardest fights of his life, which is the same reason why I think Tyson Fury feels so confident in how he would do against Alexander Usyk in this particular next matchup that they have going on. But yeah, I urge you guys to take a look at the video that I did right after this event called "Why Saudi Arabia." Or I'm sorry, why this fight is needed for the future of boxing. It's in my video section, I believe, that I made regarding this subject. So yeah, this should be really interesting. We'll be right back because we will take a bit of a coffee break while we wait for the next matchup, and we will talk right in between as well. Stay tuned. Yeah, I think I agree with the assessment that Carl Frampton here is talking about Dmitry Bivol. He is a bit long in the way that he throws his shots, which, by the way, can be a very big problem. Look, I can see Bivol finishing this fight with just straight punches on Arthur. I want you to bank on that. By the way, it's my official prediction for this fight. I think he's going to finish him with straight punches. 109 of this particular stream, that is my prediction, is that he's going to hit him with some straight shots and he's going to go night night Arthur. That's my prediction on this fight. We'll be right back. There's Arthur right there hitting pads. He's looking really confident, but at the same time, looking a little bit nervous as well. He knows what he's up against, and Dmitry Bivol is no joke. So We will see. It's no pressure on his part, but at the same time, guess what? If he brings an upset towards Bivol right here, I got to tell you, I'm glad that I'll be here for the stream reacting to it live, as Daniel Dubois had also finished um Jarrell Miller for the first time in his boxing career. So here we go. Dimitri Bivol is number 5 in the pound for pound rankings, just right under Canelo at number 4, even though he beat Canelo, which is interesting. And then Alexander Usyk is number 3. Number 2 is Inoue. Number 1 is Terrence Crawford, rightfully so. Where is Tyson Fury in that? That's interesting. He's not even in the top 10. Jesse Rodriguez is number 10. Teofimo Lopez is number 9. Gervonta Davis is number 8. Errol Spence is number 7. Okay, makes sense. Devin Haney, number 6. And Dimitri Bivol at number 5. Okay, that's interesting. All right. Here comes Cristiano Ronaldo showing up in the arena along with Conor McGregor as well in the stance. Yes, so I wonder what Conor McGregor is doing in this event. Will he announce his own fight coming up? There's been a lot of rumors saying that perhaps Conor McGregor is going to fight at UFC 300 against Nate Diaz. Now, obviously, they're trying to make that Michael Chandler fight, but you got to ask yourself, is it a lot better if, let's say, they do a Conor McGregor versus Nate Diaz trilogy? Perhaps maybe that's a little bit better. And I'm going to tell you why, because it's an easier matchup for Conor. Okay. If you want Conor to continue on fighting, keep him away from the big names. Do what they do in boxing. I know that sounds a little bit cheap, but guess what? If he's the cash cow, that's what you got to do. Or you maintain the integrity of the UFC by allowing the best to fight the best. He is one of the best. He's a double champion. He's currently ranked number 9 in the 155 division. Why should he not fight top names, right? Why coddle him? So give him Justin Gaethje or Michael Chandler, right? I mean, Michael Chandler is literally probably the easiest matchup that they could give him. Nate Diaz is an even easy work. And now here comes Arthur walking out for this Bivol fight. Let's listen to what kind of music Lyndon Arthur is going to walk out to. Manchester, England's own Arthur. Sounds like he's walking out to some UK rap. Man, I got to say, objective or subjectively speaking, maybe UK rap has a little bit of a better product than, let's say, the USA rap today, because obviously USA rap was probably dominant in the 90s and 2000s. Today, maybe not so much. And Arthur could potentially go and promote all of that type of music, especially up north in Manchester, which historically hasn't been a bigger hip hop haven as it would be in London, to promote those guys with this particular platform and this win that he could potentially make tonight. So, guys, don't forget to tap in, like, and subscribe. Thank you for watching this with me as we are about to witness perhaps a massacre or a potential upset in Arthur taking on Bivol. Manchester, England's own Arthur Bivol. Arthur Lyndon Arthur, sorry, Arthur Bibble. Yeah, this is the Arthur Libble fight, but yeah, I'm saying it like it's one name, little slip up there. So now we are witnessing Arthur walking into the ring, looking very nervous, to be quite honest with you. And why would you not be? You're going in there with a beast like Bivol. You have a lot to worry about. Andy Ruiz is here tonight to witness among the stars with Ronaldo and Conor McGregor. And he's basically saying he wants to come out here and scope out some competition. So it's always interesting to see the type of dynamics of different celebrities and sports stars that they have come into these events, especially with the Saudis, the way that they showed out last time with Eminem and all these different legends from around the world, all these actors and former rappers just coming together in Saudi Arabia. And now Bivol is walking out representing Kyrgyzstan. And here comes Dmitry Bivol walking out. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I don't see this fight going too long. I look at Dmitry Bivol. He looks like he is ready for this in a way where he's been here before. As a matter of fact, he has been here before. He's been in bigger stages than this with the likes of Canelo Alvarez. Yeah, dressed in gold. He said that he's a gold standard. I like that. He is. I think, especially in the 175 division, him and Arthur Beterbiev, obviously. So I think that in order for Bivol to continue on with his superstardom run, because you don't always get that, even if you beat Canelo, just like Chris Weidman never got that shine when he beat Chris Weidman. I think that he needs to go out and fight Arthur Beterbiev, and not only for that, just for the hardcore boxing fans, period. But he needs to get through Arthur tonight, which a lot of people say it's easy work for him. But we are going to see. So here we are. Now they are announcing the great leaders of Saudi Arabia in order to, I guess, give them some props into putting this event together. There's Conor McGregor right there with Ronaldo and sitting next to the Sheiks. Yeah, no pressure to Arthur, right? Conor McGregor, one of the biggest stars in your region, is just watching you ringside. Who would have thought, right? He is the IBO light heavyweight championship. Okay, so this is a unification between the IBO and the WBA 175 championship. There's Dimitri Bivol bouncing up and down. And there's Rodriguez. I'm sorry, not Rodriguez. Uh, Edwards, Sonny Edwards in the background with Arthur. Yeah, so Conor McGregor is probably talking to the sheiks in between the fights. He's like, yes, yes, you know what he's got to do? Yeah, he's got to hit him with the shots like this. He's got to do that. He's got. Here we go. Now the judges are being announced. They have a circling camera angle right around the arena right now. Looks almost sort of half empty in a way, right? It's almost like I guess they're waiting for the Deontay Wilder and the Joseph Parker fight, but at the same time, these fights are also just for the hardcores. Even though this is a main event in and of its own, it's really a main card for a fight in a magnitude like this. But you have somebody like Dimitri Bivol, right? He's a main card fighter for the likes of Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder. That makes sense. But again, this is one of those fights that you would have never imagined, in a card that you would never imagined, with Deontay Wilder co-headlining for Anthony Joshua. But again, you got to have the right amount of pay in order to, I guess, sustain that kind of ego against you, right? You're co-headlining a guy that is supposedly been ducking you for years. And again, I've said this over and over again. Anthony Joshua deserves to be the guy that, well, headlines an all-star card, because most of his fights have been nothing but all-star. I mean, Anthony Joshua was born and bred to be a main event fighter. So he's a main event fighter amongst main event fighters. How about that for a future video title? Maybe I'll do that. If he wins, I can break down his fight and call it that, right? The main event fighter of all main event fighters, Anthony Joshua. So here we are. Now they are announcing Dimitri Bivol 21-0, 11 knockouts, and he looks perfectly fine and relaxed in comparison to Arthur, who looks like he is walking into a death row chamber. And again, my official prediction for this fight, you can rewind back to 1 hour and 9 minutes mark of this particular stream. I had mentioned that I believe Dimitri Bivol is going to finish him with straight shots. But again, it's boxing, it's MMA, it's combat sports. You never know what's going to happen. The Saudis have put on these fights to put on competitive matchups, and this is what we got. But what we shall see. Here we go. First round. And Dimitri Bivol is moving right into those straight shots that I was telling you about. He's at least measuring those up. And there it is, straight shots to the body for Dimitri Bivol. Now he's backing up Arthur. Double jab to the body, into the head by Bivol. There it is. Jab, jab, double jab. Told you he's got great straight shots, Dimitri Bivol. And he's showing it right here. Yeah, Arthur coming up with a jab of his own as well. Double jab by Arthur right there. But it's still being backed away by Dimitri Bivol. 147 seconds left of the first round. On the clinch position at 1 minute and 38 seconds. 135, 134, 133. Double jab by Dimitri Bivol. Feinting some shots back into clinch. 122, 121, 120. Backing Arthur right up against the ropes. Now back into clinch position. 105, 104, 103, 102. 1 minute left of the first round. Really great feints by Bivol. If you really think about it, it's really a sign of a high level fighter. You know how to switch up levels, you know how to go up and down, you know how to constantly show different weapons and constantly on your guard at the same time, while establishing a jab and a certain footwork that puts you in the most leveraged positions in a fight. Like right now, the way that he is cornering Arthur into these ropes. these little foot movements that he does in order to lure him into those traps with 20 seconds left of the first round. Double jab by Dmitry Bivol. Double jab. Both jabbing each other. There it is. Arthur with a jab of his own. First round, shaking hands right before or after the bell, showing a sign of respect by both men. Yeah, obviously, no beef on this particular fight, but we obviously think that Dmitry Bivol is just a higher level fighter. He is sort of showing that here, the way that he is backing up Arthur into the ropes, the way that he's using those straight shots that I said that he was going to do. And if he finishes this fight, it's also going to be based on the straight shots that he is throwing. Now we are headed into round two. All right, round two of the fight. Here we go. Double jab by Bivol. Double jab by Bivol again. Yeah, that is that's true words from the announcer right there. He said that's what he does. He's just methodically breaks you down and uses it with those straight shots that he's using right now. Look at that crisp jab, just straight shots, double jab, and then hits him with a 1-2 to follow up. And again, also backing up Linden into the ropes. Now, that is either a cause of different variations, right? It could be because that is just where Arthur is feeling uh, at ease. Maybe because he's trying to counter him with some, rope a dope of some kind of way. That's always a thing. Or it's just the pressure of Arthur or Bivol pushing Arthur into the ropes and just basically taking control of the ring as what they call uh, master ringmanship. And now here he is. Now he's going again, hitting with those straight shots, like I said. And now these shots are getting harder. And it is setting everything up for him right now. Those jabs, because the jabs that he's coming at is just hard and fast in a way that, well, it just opens up everything else. And now here he is backing up Arthur once again into the ropes. Swing and a miss. Oh, there we go. A combination by Bivol. 113, 111, 110, 109 of the second round. 50 seconds left of the second round. 49, 47, 46. Here we go. Boom. Combination by Bivol. Now he's got Arthur rocked. Go double jab. Hard jab by Bivol with 15 seconds left of the second round. And again, 2 rounds for Bivol in this one. How do you guys score it? I mean, it's unanimous 2 rounds to Bivol on this one. Boom, right there. Yeah, straight shots. This is what how he's going to win it is using straight shots. That's exactly how he's going to win it. Straight shots all day long, and usually that's just all you need to win fights. Straight shots all day. Here we go. Round number 3. And of course, Bivol starts out, oh, this time he's the one getting jabbed. So that's what Arthur needs to do is initiate the jabs right here. 238, 237, 236. But then here comes Bivol. It's just natural for him to throw those jabs and then just use that distance and range in order to throw Arthur off. So here we go. Double jab, double jab. 213, 211, 210 of the third round. 209, 207. Shot and a miss by Arthur there. So, what I notice about Bivol that I think is really important to point out, he knows how to plot and he also knows how to move. You see, some fighters are either one or the other. He knows how to do both. And look right here, now he's framing these shots using the jab frame and then coming in with a cross as he's now looking to finish Arthur. Backed up against the ropes once again in a very aggressive manner. But he's doing it with straight shots. Notice he wasn't throwing the body hooks or the hooks to the head or uppercuts. He was just using the distance, measuring it, and then just hitting him with straight shots, which is what I had predicted earlier in the stream. Look up 109 of this stream, 1 minute and 9 seconds of this stream. I said that that's exactly what he was going to do. He was going to hit him with some straight shots and potentially finish him with that. And that is what Bivol is doing. And Arthur is jabbing away. 56 seconds left, 54, 53. And now he's got him backed up against the ropes again. Here we go. Now they're in a clinch position with 40 seconds left of the third round. By the way, don't forget to like and subscribe if you've just tapped in. Let me know what city you guys are from. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, share. And we are now in the last 25 seconds of the third round with Bivol versus Arthur. Here we go. Now they're just trading jabs at each other in the last 15 seconds left. 10 seconds now in the third round. So how do we score this one? I give it to Bivol 3-0. 3-0 in this one. I would be very surprised if Arthur is able to come out of this with a moral victory all the way to the 12th round, which again is very much possible, but the trajectory of where this fight is going, those straight shots just become harder and harder and harder as time goes on. Now, the straight shots are the reason why Bivol doesn't have as much knockouts as he should, but it's also the same reason why he's able to knock you out. And look right here, as you're showing in the replay, he's using that frame, that straight frame that he's using, right? Where he's just basically pawing his jab out there, measuring it as a stick, and then using his cross to finish up. And even into the body, it's just all straight shots with just one hook. And everything else is just straight shots. He's just very comfortable with throwing straight shots. Yeah, Bivol would do really great in bare knuckle boxing, considering that, well, straight shots really wins you a lot of fights in bare knuckle. So now we are on the fourth round of this fight. 37 seconds left. And there's Bivol just jabbing away as he's again backing him up against the corner. And there's Conor McGregor in the front row cheering him on. Yeah, this is the second or third Conor McGregor fight of Anthony Joshua, where yeah, Conor McGregor went to like a second or third Anthony Joshua fight. So here we go. Combination by Bivol right here with straight shots once again. Everything, it's leading with straight shots, and he's doing exactly that. Yeah, it's like the way that Bivol throws those straight shots, it's really hard for Arthur to answer really anything else. And Arthur is, I think, just backing up because he doesn't want to make any mistakes to where it could cost him dearly. Because the rhythm that Bivol is going at, right? He has medium power, and then on top of that, he'll go and throw hard power, which is what he's doing right now in the last 12 seconds of the fourth round. Hard shots by Bivol. Yeah, complete shutout for Bivol so far. And there's Anthony Joshua right now. Yeah. So once again, what we talked about with Dubois, I think is something that we really need to look out for with Otto Wallin because of the level of competition that he was able to contend with. Just like with Daniel Dubois, the level of competition he was able to contend with the likes of Alexander Usyk. Now, how about that? That would be a great fight sometime down the road, right? How about Dubois versus Otto Wallin, which again, you watch my video that I made for this particular preview of this event. I mean, that's exactly what the Saudis are putting these fights on for so that they can set up those future fights later down. And here we are, fifth round, 47 seconds left, 247 seconds left, 245, 243 of the fifth round. And Dmitry Bivol is walking him down once again with the jabs, and Arthur is being backed up once again. And then he just continuously throws at jabs with the follow-ups of another jab and other punches to go with straight combinations. Combinations that are coming in straight shots, I mean. Now they're back in a clinch position. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Bivol was able to beat Canelo with just jabs alone. And he's doing exactly that right now with Arthur, which is no different, right? He's just using a jab right now. Now he's just jabbing him up as he is backing him up against the ropes once again. And again, why Arthur is constantly backing up against the ropes is because the way that Bivol fights, it's very debilitating in a way where you feel like you can't really do much. You have to protect yourself when you're throwing straight shots. Because remember, straight shots are way faster than throwing hooks. And then he's just constantly throwing that, and it just becomes a big problem. It becomes a big problem for Arthur for him to respond. And the only way that he can respond is defensively. He has to back up and then put his hands up as Bivol is throwing those straight shots, and he's throwing those straight shots way quicker than he is. So now 50 seconds left of the fifth round. Yeah, there it is. 30 seconds left. Yeah. So whenever you miss against Bivol, he makes you pay for it with straight shots. And that's exactly what I mean when he is debilitating in the way that he throws those shots at you, especially the straight ones. There it is. Another one. Stinging jabs with now 10 seconds left of the fifth round. All right. Another shutout for Bivol. There's no denying that. Conor McGregor and Ronaldo approving what they see. There's a little picture, a little photo op with El Turkey, Ronaldo, and Conor McGregor. I wonder what he's saying. He's like, yeah, he's always on. He is. Conor McGregor always looks like he's hyped up all the time, right? Why would you not be? I mean, you're in Saudi Arabia. You're hanging out with the sheikhs of the country. You're hanging out with Ronaldo. You're watching a great fight in front of you right now, and then more great fights to come right after. Here we go. Round number 6. Double jab by Bivol. Yeah, Arthur doesn't seem to know how to really put um Bivol under pressure at all, and it just shows. Right, he's a bit tentative. He doesn't want to push forward towards him or see what that's like. I believe because he just sees Bivol as the harder puncher and sort of understands that he could get countered with some straight shots that could really put him away. And he's already been rocked a few times in his fight, so it wouldn't be that surprising. We go pawing the shots away. A little slip there with 137 seconds left. Ooh, another straight shots by Bivol. He's connecting with these shots. Now backed up in the clinch position, 113, 111, 110. Oh, nice 1-2 by Bibble right there. 30 seconds left of the sixth round. Body shot by Bivol. Now he's going and switching into the hooks and the body shots, but always setting up with the left jab. Just always thinking with the left jab. Again, Andre Ward also won the Olympic gold medals and a few undisputed championships just by throwing a jab. A jab can take you around the world, as they say. There's Deontay Wilder now warming up. Has one of those stretch sticks that he's putting on him. Yeah, a 38-year-old Deontay Wilder, I think, is still top of his game, just like a 38-year-old Ronaldo is still top of his game, and just like me on top of my game. I'm telling you guys, you got to watch some of the workout videos that I have going on. I think it's going to be challenging for the average person to do a workout that I do without you injuring yourself if you haven't done it for a long period of time. But again, that's what it is if you are at that age, right? You know, you have to be able to have the right recovery. You have to be able to have the right method of training in order for you to do what you need to do at the highest level. Now, here we are, seventh round, 2:47 seconds left. And Bivol starting out really fast once again, but setting everything up with a jab with 2:35 left. 2:30, another jab. And yeah, he's just constantly pushing him with that jab. And he's just waiting for Arthur to react to something, and it's just not happening. Yeah, it is quite demoralizing, isn't it? Yeah, the announcers are right about that. It is definitely demoralizing that he's just constantly eating these jabs. And again, he's not able to do anything with it because what was that word that I was using earlier? It's very debilitating for him. Here we go. Now, combination. And now he's got him wrapped up against the corner. And Arthur is just not answering any of these hooks. Yeah, it just seems that every shot that Bivol throws somehow connects, especially with the straight shots. And if they don't connect, he uses it as some sort of frame to hit him with the two, right? Using the one jab as the frame and then coming with the two in the cross. Under 60 seconds left of the seventh round. Yeah, Arthur in the entire fight has not had any answer for Bivol at all. None whatsoever. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're tapped in as we are covering this fight along with fights from around the world and the UFC and all the other combat sports extravagance that is going on out there. And here we are, 25 seconds left of the seventh round. There we go, 15 seconds left. 10 seconds left. Mm, right into the body. Yeah, very patient, methodical planning on Bivol, but at the same time, again, it works and it connects and he hits hard as he's doing it. One of the hardest straight shot punchers that I've ever seen, Bivol. Now here we are in the eighth round of this fight. Straight away, straight jab, fast snapping straight jab to the body. Now he's working on ahead 249, 247, 246. There we go. Straight shot by Bivol. .130 left of the eighth round, and it's just the same thing throughout the whole entire fight. At this point, Bivol has to ask himself: is he going to plan on finishing Arthur to create a display, to create some sort of exhibit of skills and fatalities that he's capable of? Or he can just ride out in a very comfortable way. But the way that he's paced himself in a way that he's throwing these power shots, even with just straight shots, it looks like he's really trying to go for the finish. And credit to Arthur for being tough and hanging in there, even with these hard shots that are coming at him. But also, I wouldn't be surprised if Arthur's corner. Oh, wow. Wait, hold on a second. I think he just hurt Bival with some sort of body shot. Now, Bivol looks really bothered by this. Now, if Arthur's corner has recognized this, I hope that they are targeting the body in the current moment of time. Wow, that was the biggest moment of I'm sorry, Arthur's moment in this particular fight. And here's Bivol trying to finish strongly. Yeah, that was quite a good round, competitive at that. Wow, yeah, that was a very surprising shot by Arthur right there. So now they're showing, let's see, what troubled Bivol here. What was it? No, it wasn't anything. Maybe it was just him slipping up or something. So here we go, straight shot by Bivol right here. Double jab by Bivol. Again, the story of this entire fight is the jab of Bivol. With 147 seconds left of the ninth round, another jab. Yeah, so what was it that rocked Bivol in the last round? I don't think it was really anything other than just, I guess, slipping up of some sort. And again, the story of this entire fight is as it goes. Bivol is jabbing away, and Arthur is backing up into the ropes. So here we are. I think, yeah, he is just comfortable working at this pace, and he can easily ride out the entire fight just doing this. But if he wants an impressive showing, obviously he has to stop Arthur. And you know what? Bivol is doing exactly that. Look at this straight shot right here. He's framing him up while he's hitting him with some hooks right here, just trying to finish the show. All right. And that concludes round nine. Going into round 10. Same story for the entire fight. Even with that one moment that he had where he rocked them, man, I tell you what, it's still a shutout. Just that one moment alone doesn't even equate to the beating that is going on. So here we go, round 10 of this fight. Once again, the same story for the entire fight, jabbing away at Arthur. 1 minute left of the 10th round. And Arthur is really now feeling the pace of this whole entire fight. He's definitely fatiguing at this point. And Bivol, he's in the same pace as he's been in round one. And now here he is. Now he's looking for the finish. There's Bivol just turning up the pace now as he's got him cornered, trapped in the corner. And Arthur is showing a bit of bravado by basically banging his chest, saying "Let's go." But usually, what that means is that you know that the other guy has you hurt. And now they're going into the 11th round with just 30 seconds left in the 10th round. We'll pause the action there. Yeah. So now going into round number 11 with just 2 rounds left into this fight. The same story of the same round. Again, a shutout for Bivol. All 10 rounds, maybe even the 11th and 12th round, it's going to be all Bivol. The California trained Kyrgyzstani fighter, Dmitry Bivol. There he's just going up and down on Arthur. Same story of the same fight. Now going straight shots into the body. Yeah, I think at this point it is just a moral victory for Arthur, right? If he gets through this, he can always tell people that, you know what, I went the distance with Bivol and I gave a good account of myself. But with Bivol, he's going to be heavily criticized for not finishing. And they're going to say, well, why would you deserve the likes of Better Biev, right? But either way, great job on the part of Dmitry Bivol for sticking to his game plan. And not only that, how about Arthur sticking it in there, just being tough enough to handle this? And at this point, yeah, that's all that you could really ask for is a moral victory on his part. And for Bivol, well, you got to come out here with a finish to show that you are the best in the world. Also, to show that that win you had over Canelo wasn't a fluke. Not that it ever was, but hey, remains undisputed. And it remains disputed unless, of course, you go and you really put out Arthur here. Now we got about 50 seconds left of the 11th round going into the 12th. There it is now with the combinations for Bivol with the last 20 seconds left of the fight. Now, last 10 seconds of the fight. Oh, he is down. He is down for the first time in the fight with 10 seconds left in the 11th round. Arthur is down. And now oh yeah, he survives by the bell. Saved by the bell for Arthur in this one. Now 1 round left in these championship rounds as they are playing All Eyes on Me by Tupac in the background in the arena. All eyes on me. All eyes on me. All eyes on Bivol right now, but after that, it's going to be all eyes on Deontay Wilder versus Joseph Parker, and after that, it's going to be all eyes on Anthony Joshua and Otto Wallin. 26-3, Anthony Joshua versus 26-1, Otto Wallin. Great shot to the body that really put down Arthur right there. Here we go. 2:45 left of the 12th round. And Bivol is right back at work, right there in the corner as he's got him roped up. Now he's turning up the combinations, battering Arthur right now. The referee looks like he's about to jump in here and stop this fight if Lyndon Arthur doesn't do something to stop this barrage of shots that are coming at him. And Bivol needs this finish. Look at the referee. He's thinking about stepping in. Okay, now he steps in, but only to break them up from the clinch. Now with 2:14, 2:13, 2:12 of the 12th round. 2:09, 2:07. He survived that shot. Again, shows the toughness of Arthur, but again, it's always a common thing that people say whenever they go through a tough matchup or survive a decision with a tough and up and coming or known fighter is that, oh, this guy is tough, and this is no different. 118, 117, 116 left. Double jab by Arthur. Here we go. Another lightning fast jab by Bivol. We got less than 50 seconds left inside the final minute of this entire fight of the 12th and final round. Another jab by Bivol. Oh, here we go. Now he's got him in the corner. It's 10 seconds left of this fight. Great job on Bivol, but I think it was a shutout all the way. A shutout all the way. Shout outs to Bivol. Shout out to Bivol. Stay tuned. We will keep the stream going on live, and we will cover the rest of the fights. Stay tuned. Stay right here. Don't go anywhere. We will cover the last two fights between Deontay Wilder, 43-2-1, versus Joseph Parker, 33-3. And the main event of the evening, Anthony Joshua taking on Otto Wallin, 26-3. Anthony Joshua versus Otto Wallin, who gave a great account of himself, beating the hell out of Tyson Fury. And now in this big stage is a main event against Anthony Joshua, the former two-time unified world heavyweight champion, looking to redeem himself. The biggest pay-per-view star in the heavyweight division for the coming years. And now he is main eventing all main eventers in this particular main event card. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, so we are back. We are back. We are back. So, a little comments about the Lyndon Arthur and Bivol fight. Now, I think that it's important to understand he had 4 weeks to get ready for this fight. Plus, he had an injury that he was nursing at the time, which I think is very important to understand, putting in context for what the next future matchups. Now, let's say if he just pushes it down a notch and fights maybe European level, I'm telling you, Arthur is going to look like an absolute lion. He made a great account of himself in the most limited time that he has. But here's another interesting topic that I think we can really get at when it comes to this exploitation of boxing, right? This is sort of something that's really common. They usually get guys that have a lesser chance of winning based on just having the most undesirable circumstances, meaning that they're cab drivers. You know the old saying, "Oh, this guy's a cab driver," or this and that, or he beat a cab driver. It's a saying that they always talk about in boxing, right? Well, why is that? Because if you're spending all your time driving a cab or an Uber or working at a job that is inconducive to your training lifestyle as a professional athlete, you're just not going to be in the most up to par position that you would like to be. And Arthur is just the macro example of that among the other micro examples that you see in the smaller shows of professional boxing or regional MMA or things of that nature. So that's what we saw tonight. They knew that Bivol was a name that the Saudis wanted to build up, especially for an Arthur Beterbiev fight. Because let's face it, they were talking about how Joe Smith, or I'm sorry, Callum Smith could potentially win that fight. I don't see a chance in ever that Callum Smith wins that fight. I think Callum Smith is going to get finished in that fight. And not only that, it's just going to come down to Bivol and Arthur Beterbiev in their own super fight that they both deserve. And the Saudis are going to pull out the truck's load of cash in order for them to promote these guys. So that is one thing that you guys have to understand is they wanted to put Bivol in the most formidable circumstances in his utmost leverage. In other words, they gave him an easy fight with a big enough name in order for us to sort of think, well, is there an upset going on with this? And well, we later realized it wasn't. And then we thought for a moment of that fight that he may have hit him with a body shot or anything like that. And it just ended up being a slip of some sort. And it wasn't really anything other than that. So that's what we have. And we are just now waiting for Deontay Wilder and Joseph Parker to get into the ring and conclude this event with Anthony Joshua and Otto Wallin. So we are awaiting these guys as time goes on. All right, so they got Chris Eubank in the interview right now, and what is going on here? Okay. All right, we are just waiting for the main event, and they just had an interview with Chris Eubank Jr., no stranger to fighting in Saudi Arabia, which seems to be the big fight capital of the world right now.
Before I beat your ass. Burns' kid was right there and he leaned over to say something. I know this might go down. I just took Gilbert's kid. I said, sorry, kid. Yeah. And he went to Pantoja's kids and there was one chair between us. And I said, well, come on then. And then he just jumped. Yeah. When he came over the chair, there's only one way to go. I'm either going that way or we are falling backwards. Yeah. And I ain't letting that happen. Yeah. So I just got his legs, got the takedown. As I was on him, I got a few in. Definitely landed some shot like you on top of there because he was like, I mean, if he's on top, he's throwing, that looks like a loss in anybody's book. You want the high ground. And yes. Unfortunately, Strickland was on top of a chair. Yeah. And I didn't have the high ground, so I had to make it even. They tell me the cameras are going to be on you guys. Then he turned around and he did the whole gun thing, and I went.
So breaking news among other news out there in the combat sports space. They're going to have Max Holloway take on Justin Gaethje for him to defend his BMF 155 belt, which I think is a great matchup if you really think about it. Max Holloway is a great candidate for the BMF belt, which whatever that means for a lot of people. I mean, people have this criteria what they think a BMF is supposed to be. Oh, it should be somebody that has a journeyman record. Oh, it should be somebody that takes on all comers or this and that, or somebody that stands and bangs. So, in other words, somebody like, let's say, Damian Maya could never qualify for a belt like that. But nonetheless, I think that for what it's worth, it's a great matchup for Justin Gaethje and Max Holloway in any other way you want to dress it or put it. At the same time, I think that it adds on to just other great matchups that they may potentially have in the entire card. How about Benoit Saint Denis perhaps maybe taking on Dan Hooker? How about Conor McGregor potentially taking on Nate Diaz in that card? Or how about, let's say, maybe John Jones potentially taking on Tom Aspinall? But although there are people out there that are saying that the time frame of John's injury is not going to be helpful or conducive to, let's say, the recovery time that's going to come about in April, which is when UFC 300 will take place. So, not just with Nate Diaz and with Conor McGregor, there's also a possibility that, well, maybe Michael Chandler is the guy that will take that spot to fight Conor McGregor. But then it's just not really clear what is going on. So, hopefully, being that Conor is at the Saudi Arabia card tonight, hopefully he does answer some questions as to who is who and what is what in terms of who he's going to fight next. Inshallah, we will find out. All right. So how about this? I got some MMA news for you right here that I thought was quite interesting. This is from MMA Junkie. I'm going to read to you guys this article right here. So debuting fighter wins by TKO twice in one night after instant rematch at a Russian MMA event. Of course, this is only in Russia that something like this would absolutely happen. So, one night tournament, MMA fighters don't get rack up don't get to rack up 2 wins in a night, but sometimes these things happen in MMA, especially in Russian MMA. At the Open Fighting Championship 38 in Samara, Russia, Alexei Bukharev got a 2-for-1 special in his professional debut against Ludvik Avintasayan. It took Buravevich less than a minute to get a takedown and rain down hammer fist on Avintasayan, but the referee was quick to step in to stop the action too quick. Avintasayan returned to his feet and both fighters returned on their corners as the referee sorted out the result of the bout. Both were then brought. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't muted on that one. Both of them, sorry, where was I? So both of them were brought to the center of the cage to announce Avasayan as a winner, as if it were the conclusion of any other bout, and with the ring girls and all. But then the Avison wasn't happy with the stoppage. He wanted to run it back. He wanted a rematch to happen right then and there. And Avasatayan got the mic and challenged to a fight again after winning his pro debut without breaking a sweat. Bakarv appeared a little surprised that his second pro fight would take place so quickly, so he obliged. A few minutes later, the fighters were introduced again, and they hadn't completed an entire fight, and another bout began, only in Russian MMA. In the second fight, Avizatayan made it out of the first round, but not much longer. Bukharev was smothering on top again, landing heavy ground and pound with a stoppage coming midway the second opening round. Controversial stoppage at Open FC. Yeah, no wonder they call it Open FC because it's literally that. So seems to be this. Okay. I don't want to show all this because then it could be some copyright issues, but nonetheless, yeah, that's what you got going on with this right here. So here we go. Now, Deontay Wilder and Joseph Parker are about to be announced. Here we go. Now, Joseph Parker is coming out. So as we are watching Joseph Parker walk out right now, I'm going to read to you the top countries that are now watching this particular page. Obviously, United States comes in at number 1. Number 2 is the United Kingdom. Number 3 is Canada. Number 4 is Indonesia. Australia is number 5. India is number 6. Philippines is number 7. Mexico, Germany, Ireland, Uzbekistan. Wow. So we got some people listening in Uzbekistan as well. South Africa, New Zealand, Netherlands, and Vietnam. So those are the top countries right now that watch this particular page. And shout outs to New Zealand and Australia as Joseph Parker is walking out to the ring at this current moment of time. So we are now anticipating the entrance of Deontay Wilder, and boy, that is going to blow the roof of this whole entire arena right here. Here's Deontay Wilder with a heavy crown on his head as he is walking down to their ring. Quite symbolic to say that, yeah, he has The heavy crown on his head, which, by the way, is a controversial point to many of his situation from back in the days where he complained about having his suit too heavy in a Tyson Fury fight. So here we go. Now Deontay Wilder is making his way out into the ring. Let's find out what the extravagant walkout is of Deontay Wilder, as they always have with a big name like this. Deontay Wilder. Here we go. The bomb squad in the house. Now we will find out what a 38-year-old Deontay Wilder can do in this particular time. He doesn't look a day older at all, right? I mean, some guys look, they just age well at 38 years old, me included. Ronaldo is another one of that example. And I'm excited to see what Wilder does against a much younger Joseph Parker. Not much younger, but obviously this is a testament to what he can do at this particular age and this particular time. And here's the thing, right? Deontay Wilder doesn't rely a lot on uh high volume type of fighting to where it can put a wear on him, right? He's a power shot hitter, and I think that's what really took him a long way in his career. Took him to a lot of safe fights where he knocks guys out and doesn't really get touched in the process. So, but also very dangerous in the later parts of the fight if you really think about it. Now, Deontay Wilder has officially entered the ring, took off the crown, and he is now loosening up into the ring, about to take their shirts off and get announced by none other than the world famous brother of Bruce Buffer, Michael Buffer. Now, it was Michael Buffer that came first, but now that the UFC is so big, people know more of Bruce Buffer than probably Michael Buffer, at least within this generation. 33-3, Joseph Parker. champion of the world, Joseph Parker. So let's find out if Tyson Fury's advice will help him in his fight. Now Deontay Wilder is being announced. Let's go, Deontay. Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Alabama. Oh my God, the power. Till this day. Till this day. Dr. Sleep, that's your new nickname now? It's quite a cool nickname if you think about it. It's quite fitting for him. Dr. Sleep. Here we go. Round one is about to commence, guys. Yeah, Dr. Sleep. That's the first time I've ever heard that. Here we go. Round one is about to commence. Deontay Wilder looking light on his feet right now, as he should. He is a very light heavyweight, not to say a light heavyweight, but he's light for a heavyweight. And if you're that light, guess what? I think it's very good to use that in order to move your way around the ring. Usually, I mean, he's like a very plotty type of fighter. Usually just stands and bangs type of way or just waits to try to counter you. But I think he's switching up his style a little bit, just kind of showing a better movement on his part. Now, Deontay Wilder is planning on going into MMA. And what's really fascinating about this, right, is you got to think, right, how is he going to handle taking leg kicks from Francis Ngannou? Because Francis Ngannou is the guy that he's going to fight next, but it's going to be in an MMA fight. So that remains to see how Wilder can transition into that. But I got to tell you this, if you want to transition into MMA, I think that you really got to have, how do I say this, good footwork, because blocking and defense is just not enough in MMA. You need to have footwork in order to really use that distance in a safe manner, right? And that's the difference between MMA striking and boxing striking, and how critical it is, especially with 4-ounce gloves, which is even more interesting. 4-ounce gloves with Deontay Wilder versus Francis Ngannou. But right now, in the current moment of time, here's Deontay Wilder with 112, 111, 110 of the first round. And once again, moving really good, a lot better than what I've seen him move in the last few fights in his career, right? He usually just relies on his power, usually just stands there, but he's moving around, trying to get out of the ropes, circling around the ring, doing a very good job at that. I think he's setting that up for something later down the road, which is either going to be a counter punch of some sort, or just to try to stick and move and jab as he's going on with this fight. And there's Parker right there with a hard straight. Yeah, this is quite a stalemate of a fight in the first round so far. Kind of reminds me of Francis Ngannou versus Derek Lewis. If you guys remember, the first couple of rounds, if not the entire fight of that 3 round, 15-minute contest was just a stalemate. And sometimes that's just how it goes when you got two guys with big power, especially with big power and the hype of that big power to go along with it, with the likes of Lewis and Francis Ngannou. And they both knew that going into this fight. Oh man, this guy's got a hard punch. He's going to take me out. But then they realized that, you know what? I may have to be a lot more cautious with this guy than what I do with other guys. And maybe perhaps this is just what we're seeing with Deontay Wilder right now. But so far, so good. Even though it's a bit of a stalemate, it looks like there's some slight improvements in Deontay Wilder's game. Looks like he's very light on his feet, which, by the way, is very important in the fundamentals of boxing. According to Andy Lee, he's telling his fighter right now that that was his round so far. Well, that remains to be seen. Here we go. We are going into round 2 of this contest with Deontay Wilder and Joseph Parker. And don't blink, because I got to tell you, when it comes to Deontay Wilder, you never know what he's going to do. He may look slow in the beginning. He may look like he's just trying to have a slow buildup. But man, once he lands on you and once he puts that twerk in his power, it's lights out for anybody. And that is why you never blink in a fight like this with Deontay Wilder, or any fight Deontay Wilder is involved in, period. But here comes Parker throwing the more harder shots, attempting at least the harder shots, which is something that I would have expected more out of Wilder. But you look at him, he seems to want to box a whole lot conservative, using a lot of outside movement, sort of trying to experiment his game out a little bit. And can you blame him? I mean, this is what you have to do. You have to really evolve your game as time goes on. And perhaps maybe a little too late at 38 years old. Maybe it's the best time and a possible prime of his career. I mean, look, heavyweight prime is different than any other weight class, right? Because the heavyweights can go for a much, much longer time in terms of age. If you remember, even George Foreman won a title even for like as inactive as 20 years or something like that. And then he comes back and wins the heavyweight championship at a very older age. But with Wilder, he doesn't look like he's aged at all. It doesn't look like speed is really the issue here. It doesn't look like mobility is really the issue. His power seems to, well, that remains to be seen. Power is different in every fight, but most fights that we've seen Deontay Wilder, he lays dudes out, and this is what we're expecting out of him in this fight as it progresses. Now, usually, yeah, you would expect Parker to box a whole lot better than, let's say, Wilder. And this is something that would have been true, let's say, years ago when Parker was the WBO champion. 33 seconds left of the second round. $20 left. So how do you score the first 2 rounds? That right there is a serious question, right? Because this is a hard fight to score, really. And that is it. Round 2. Hard fight to score. How do you guys score it? Give me a score if you guys have one, or if you guys have any of that. I don't know, man. I could see some judges looking at it as one in one piece, right? But again, this is a very hard fight to score. And if you didn't listen earlier, I got to tell you, this fight in the first round reminded me of Derek Lewis and Francis Ngannou. A stalemate, two guys that know they have equal amount of power, if not just enough devastating power to put the other guy out. and they are fighting in accordance to that. Here we go. Now, round 3 coming up. Don't blink. Never in a Deontay Wilder fight do you blink. Here we go. Double jab by Deontay Wilder. Here we go. Now Parker's got him cornered in the ropes. Now they're stuck in a clinch position. 227, 226 of the third round. Joseph Parker moving forward, and Deontay Wilder sort of slowing down a little bit in his footwork, or just trying to settle down, which I think he is preparing to plot a shot, a real hard shot on Joseph Parker right now, because he's sort of settling down on his foot and still moving and circling around, but not in a very herky-jerky type of way. $142, $141, $139 of the third round. Overhand right attempt by Parker. Now they're stuck in a clinch position. 129, 128. Yeah, definitely not lose a concentration for a single second when you're in there with Deontay Wilder. Right now, Deontay Wilder looks a little bit slow, maybe just using a much more slower pace than he would in the first round. But again, it's very deceptive. You can't rely on that when it comes to Deontay Wilder, right? So, yeah, they said that Andy Lee was looking for Joseph Parker to throw in a few feints in there to sort of work the height discrepancy and a reach discrepancy between them. Twenty seconds left in the third round. And so far, I got to be honest with you, I think the third round, I'm going to give it to Joseph Parker. The first 2 rounds, you can score it one way or the other, and varying judges are going to have a various score on that. But this round right here, you got to give to Joseph Parker. And once again, Deontay Wilder is falling back into his shell where he loses and sheds points on the cards to try to get that one shot later on. And as the fight progresses, we don't know if this is going to be the most conducive game plan moving forward. But so far, so good in terms of Joseph Parker following the directions of Andy Lee. And the one thing Andy Lee and Joseph Parker have to look out for as this time progresses is that one shot knockout power that Deontay Wilder has. The eraser, as they call it. And why do they call it the eraser? Well, I've said this numerous times in this content. By the way, don't forget to like and subscribe. Is that whenever he makes mistakes all throughout the round, shedding points, getting beat, he has that one shot knockout power to correct every mistake that he has. Now here we are moving forward into the fight. Now back to round number 4 into this fight. 247, 246, 245, 244 of the fourth round. And Joseph Parker is moving in on Deontay Wilder. He's trying to corner him up against the ropes. And there's Deontay Wilder now exploding a little bit. That's what I said. Very deceptive in the way that he tries to move slow, but out of nowhere, he'll try and explode on you. He's waiting for that one. Oh, there's Parker. Now they're brawling into the corner right now. They're clinched up once again with 2 minutes and 11 seconds in the fourth round. Incredible attack by Parker. Oh, there's a shot by Parker. So that's what Parker is trying to do right now. He's trying to catch Wilder with some hook shots while he's up against the ropes. And if you notice right now at 140 of the fourth round, 138, 137, he's trying to corner him back into the ropes. And when he gets him into the ropes, watch, he's going to go for a swing. See, there it is right there. As soon as he backs up into the ropes, he goes and swings at Deontay Wilder. But he also has to watch out because, yes, Wilder can easily counter him while he's trying to corner Wilder into the ropes. Now, once again, let's see if that's what Parker's going to do again. Watch this. He's going to corner him up. Once he's backed up into the ropes, he's going to throw a hook. Let's see. 1 minute left. Less than 60 seconds now into the fourth round. There it is. Now they close the range and clinch up. Yeah, the announcers are saying there's a lack of jabs from Deontay Wilder. I think in this particular round, in the first couple of rounds, he started off really good. Oh, there's a good shot by Parker. That was a solid shot by Parker. Wow. Okay, Parker is really giving it to Deontay Wilder right now. Boy, let me tell you, as this fight is going on, I realize that Andy Ruiz and Joseph Parker fight is really aging well right now. There's a shot of Anthony Joshua in the locker room getting his hands wrapped as he's watching on Deontay Wilder. Probably watching the Deontay Wilder fight slip away in his hands once again if Deontay Wilder loses this one. But I tell you what, even if Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua were to lose this one, you know, they can still be in big money fights as a co-main event for some sort of big headline event of some kind. Who knows? Let's see. Richie Woodhall's scorecard, he's got all of Joseph Parker except for round one where he has it tied and a draw. Right there, a right hand by Joseph Parker as he's got him locked up against the ropes. Here we go. Fifth round. We're already in the fifth round of this highly anticipated heavyweight matchup. .237, 236, 235. There we go. Parker, once again, putting him on the pressure in the ropes, looking for those shots as he's backing him up. Yeah, he's definitely not allowing Wilder to work his range, and that's what you got to do. You either have to back him up and then close the distance into a clinch in order to do that. And so far, Parker is doing exactly that, using all the feints that Andy Lee has asked of him. Yeah, the fight seems to be going in Parker's way right now, but once again, maybe we shouldn't blink because guess what? Deontay Wilder has been in this position before. He's been in this position with Luis Ortiz. If you really think about it, Deontay Wilder gets outboxed by everybody until you don't. And what I mean until you don't, it's that It's that equalizer that he has going on. Boom, another good exchange by Parker right here. It seems that there is a linear game plan that Parker is doing, right? Every time he has him up against the ropes, he swings wild at him in ways that is closing the distance, but also in ways that's really keeping Deontay Wilder under his, um, on his toes. Now, look, this is the kind of stuff that Tyson Fury did with Deontay Wilder. Use the pressure, use your weight to control the distance, because let's be honest, right? As much of a knockout power that Deontay Wilder has, he's a very small heavyweight, which means that it can be a very big problem if he were to get clinched up and once again sort of drain his energy bar, which is what we're seeing right now in the same way that we saw with the Tyson Fury fight. So now we got 20 seconds left into the fifth round, and Deontay Wilder really hasn't caused any significant damage towards Parker. Why? Because the type of damage that Deontay Wilder offers is a one-shot type of knockout power. He's not the type of guy that can really bleed you out into the entire fight, cut you up into pieces as the fight goes on. What he is he's constantly just waiting for that one shot, and in between those shots, Wilder has to come up with a game plan that mobilizes him to either score points or in positions of, let's say, hurting the guy short term, such as cutting him up or jabbing his face in, multiple shots that are not as hard but has some sort of effect in terms of volume. He's not doing that. He needs to have something in between while he's waiting for his one shot knockout power. And I think that's what his trainers mean when they say that, like, you got to let your power come naturally in ways where you let the fight play out. Still a long way to go right here. And now we are on to round number 6, 250, 249, 247, 246 of the sixth round of this 12 round fight between Deontay Wilder and Joseph Parker. Deontay Wilder needs to get away from that fence. What he needs to do is really use the center of the ring to control his range, right? Use that jab. Yeah, Joseph Parker seems to be in real total control of this fight right now in the sixth round with 2 minutes left of the sixth round. Hard 1-2 by Deontay Wilder right there. Oh, straight shot by Deontay Wilder as he's backed up into the ropes. And Conor McGregor and Ronaldo watch on in the front row. Hard shot by Parker right there. Now he's got him clinched up against the ropes. Under 60 seconds left now into the sixth round. My boy Emron here says, yeah, he cuts hella weight. And then I said he cuts no weight at all. Yeah, he cuts no weight at all. He should be fighting he should be fighting cruiserweight. Yeah, Zane Musa says Parker is winning this so far. I agree with him. Look at this. Conor McGregor and Cristiano Ronaldo turn up. Here we go. Round 7. Here we go. 218, 217, 216. I tell you what, this is what I love about what the Saudis are doing, right? Did anybody expect any of this to be happening right now? I don't know, man. In between the rounds, I'm going to read to you what Sean Strickland recently said on his social media. So, just in between the rounds of this fight, I'm going to read it to you. And yeah. So, once again, yeah, Wilder is not really pressing any action towards Joseph Parker here. He seems to be the one taking control of the ring and really showing strong ringmanship here. I think Wilder just tries to wait for his perfect timing, and sometimes you can't do that. You got to get in there and work. 1 minute left into this fight. Oh, hard shot by Parker right there. Oh, a hard shot by Parker. How will Wilder respond to that hard shot? I cannot believe Parker is winning this fight right now. But then again, at the same time, once again, this is exactly what I had mentioned earlier, right? With some of these other fights, right? It's just sometimes you got to have a certain level of caliber in terms of his championship prowess. You look at the way that he went the distance with Anthony Joshua and Andy Ruiz, right? Of course, this guy has the skills to outbox Deontay Wilder. But once again, Deontay Wilder has just that knockout power that he constantly relies on. And it's just not going well for him in that particular in that particular choice of fighting that he wants to do here. He's trying to fight patient, but at the same time, he doesn't have all the time in the world, right? Like, here's the thing. I see this also with jujitsu guys, right? They want to fight very patient, but sometimes when the fight progresses into the 20-minute mark, it's like, wow, you're down on the scorecards and you're not doing anything about it other than just staying safe, staying in some sort of methodical position that allows you to survive the fight rather than going out on your shield, or I don't know. But that's sort of the observation that we see right now as we're going into the 8th round. It's not a whole lot. Just It's the wide margin for Joseph Parker. I would be very surprised if they even decided to give this to Deontay Wilder, but it's still, I mean, it's hard to say that the night is young now. It's just been 7 rounds of this same thing of Joseph Parker backing him up. And again, I think Tyson Fury really prepared Deontay Wilder, prepared Parker for this Deontay Wilder fight really well. Look at the preparation that went into Joseph Parker into this fight. So now we know that Tyson Fury has had a hand in saying, hey, you know what? When you get in there with that dosa, you got to do it like this. You've got to pressure him. And that's exactly what he's doing right now. He's pressuring him. 2 minutes left of the 8th round. Oh, uppercut attempt by Parker. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Wilder. Oh, now Wilder he caught him, and now Wilder is trying to go after him now. Well, it was a really fast exchanges there. That's why you can't sleep on Wilder. Wow. Even with that exchange where it was positive for Deontay Wilder, he's still getting backed up by Parker. Usually, if you're backing someone up like this, it's usually because you're the stronger fighter. My friend messaged me. He says, "This is boring. I took 2 naps and are still fighting." Well, I tell you what, it is boring only because you know what this. Oh, what is that hard shot by Joseph Parker? He's got Wilder hit. Oh wow! Now he's trying to finish off Wilder in the 8th round right here. Now Wilder's trying to fight back. Look! Oh, there's another hard shot by Parker. He is going at. Oh wow! Oh wow! He is hanging on. He is beating Wilder right now, right up against the corner. Wow! Wow! Joseph Parker. Yeah, he trained with Fury. This is exactly what Fury would have told Parker to fight Wilder as. Push him up against the ropes, pressure him up. Don't let him work his distance. And how about that right hand right there that really put Deontay Wilder on notice right there? And then another one. Wow, Deontay Wilder is now in a serious fight in which he tried to make it boring. Now Parker took the fight to him, rocked him a few times, and now here we are in ninth round, and we are about to possibly witness another upset of the night right here. In total control of this fight for sure. Look at in the whole entire time, and again, he's still backing Wilder up. Yeah, Parker definitely has to put more pressure on Deontay Wilder right now. Yeah, Joseph Parker definitely has an opportunity to just coast this entire fight if he chooses to, but he's still going after Wilder in the most violent fashion that he could. He really wants a finish of this fight. There's another one right there. Yeah, Parker is definitely turning up the pace on this one. Yeah, Wilder is definitely rocked and not recovered from the last one. So this is going to be really interesting to see how he's going to recover from this and if he still has that one shot knockout power that he usually has in order to really put Joseph Parker on notice on this one. There we go. Now Wilder's trying to go for his moment right here. Nope. Man, I'm telling you, this is why it's great that the Saudis were able to put up this fight together because you got to understand, man, you know what? For a long time, boxing has been a sport where it was too predictable. Whereas you have the NFL, you have MMA, these types of sports, you just don't know who's going to win, right? And the same thing that goes for most professional sports. You never know who's going to win on a weekly basis. It's just a constant change of competition and just a constant barrage of competition to where you just are put into most unpredictable circumstances. Wow. Yeah, he did get that one shot right off the bell last. Now they're in the 10th round, 233, 232 of the 10th round. Wow, yeah, how about that? This could potentially really put Deontay Wilder at risk for not fighting Anthony Joshua. I mean, that's the harsh reality of this unit fight, you know? So, I got to tell you, I'm changing the thumbnail of this content because I got to tell you, this fight right here should probably be fight of the night for sure. You know what I mean? This is fight of the night right here. Make no mistake about it. This is the fight of the night, guys. I mean, the way that Parker had, really performed tonight, it is absolutely, absolutely inspirational. And you know what? Using basic boxing to get rid of a dangerous boxer in Deontay Wilder like this guy right here. And there's the 10th round right here, and we are going into the championship rounds of this fight. Yeah, Deontay Wilder is definitely running out of time. And as for Parker, they're saying that Parker is slowing down. Well, of course, you're slowing down. It's always baffling to me when they say that the guy that is winning the fight is slowing down. Yeah, that's why they're winning the fight because they're expending all their energy in order to win that fight. So, just a little narrative change on that particular aspect, I think. So, boom. Yeah, it is very telegraphed in the shots that Deontay Wilder is throwing right now. But let us see how he does for. Yeah, Deontay Wilder just seems to be very satisfied with what he is doing right now. He's not really trying to go for anything. I think that he really does still believe he has that one shot knockout power, but at this point, we got to ask ourselves, does he still have enough energy to be able to unload on Joseph Parker right now? I tell you what, though, even with a loss like this, I don't think this really puts down the stock of Deontay Wilder. Not by a long shot. I think that Deontay Wilder will always be that exciting, dangerous fighter that could knock you out. And even with this loss, guess what? This doesn't disqualify him from potentially fighting Anthony Joshua. And notice how I say disqualifying him as if this is some sort of competitive architecture. This is prize fighting where people want to see the big names fight the other big names, regardless of whether it has any competitive architecture sense to it or not. Now halfway through the 11th round, and there goes Joseph Parker with an overhand right that he attempts towards Deontay Wilder. Again, the pattern that I've noticed is that every time he is backed up in that corner, he goes for that overhand right. Yeah, it's not a very good timing on the part of Deontay Wilder here. Yeah, a lot of the inactivity of Deontay Wilder is showing right now in this particular fight. There we go. Good body work by Parker. And now they're standing toe to toe in the middle of the ring. And once again, Wilder is still fighting in a very hesitant way. Okay, there it is. He's trying to go for the bomb right there. So, you know what? It's not that these guys are not attempting to finish it. Yes, we know for a fact that Parker is really trying to finish off Deontay Wilder, and Wilder is trying to get the finish as well. The problem is, yes, there's a will. Is there a way? Right, the will is there, but is there a way? And that is the question that we are asking ourselves now as we are ending the 11th round, going into the 12th and final round of this fight. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe as we continue with this full-time coverage of these fights and among other fights that are going on in the world of combat sports. Yeah, wow. Real incredible performance for Joseph Parker here. Really incredible. There it is, the body work that he had going on. He's hurt Wilder a few times in this fight. Yeah, Wilder definitely needs a knockout in this one in the 12th and final round. Let us find out if he is able to do so. Here we go. Oh, overhand right by Joseph Parker. And now they're swinging for the fences as they got each other. And now he's attempting a hammer fist, which I think is just a sign of desperation at Deontay Wilder at this point. But make no mistake, he's still very dangerous. All the reputation that Deontay Wilder has going on. Oh, there it is. There's a right hand. Now he's fighting with a sense of urgency, but Joseph Parker's having none of it. Yeah, Joseph Parker's definitely not going to draw himself into a slugfest here, but the urgency that Deontay Wilder is displaying right now is just a little too late. Last final 2 minutes of the final round of this fight. Oh, there's an attempt by, wow, he's missing by a long, long mile on that one. $137, $135. And now Wilder is just swinging for the fences. Where was his energy later on? But look at this. Now he's going for an uppercut in a dirty box clinch position. Oh, 112. Yeah, there's no sense of urgency from Wilder earlier, but now I think this is one of the exciting parts of this fight right now is what he's trying to can you imagine what if Wilder just knocks him out of nowhere in this one right here, right? What if he just knocks him in? But again, I think it's very good on Joseph Parker's part of being able to clinch this up and really prevent Wilder from being dangerous in a long range position. Last final 30 seconds here. But Joseph Parker comes back with a shot of his own right here in the last 30 minutes, 30 seconds of this fight, actually. Last 20 seconds. As long as Joseph Parker remains in a clinch position here, and look at Wilder, he looks like he's really drained. Joseph Parker, look at this. The crowd is standing up right now. Everybody is standing up in the front row. All right. Good matchup for both men. I gave no rounds to Wilder in that fight. That was a complete shutout. Just being honest. If you think any differently, yeah, please tell me otherwise, but I don't see it. Oh yeah, the delusion on Deontay Wilder right now is going to be at an all-time high. I don't think that he really understood or really grasped what had happened tonight, but I think sometime down the road he's going to realize like, you know what, there has to be some changes that I need to do in my camp and in my fighting style. Period. I mean, he's already switched camps, switched people and whatnot. So yeah, this right here was all Joseph Parker. Make no mistake about it. He won. And again, I think this is downhill for Deontay Wilder, unfortunately. I hate saying this about certain fighters, but it's not going to go well for him in the higher levels of the heavyweight division. It's just what it is, guys. I don't know what else to really say about that. It's just the reality that we have to deal with in his career right now. Some guys do great when they're older, and some guys are just, well, no exception to the rule. And this is just the reality of combat sports in general. So, yeah, it is taking quite a while for them to score this scorecard right now. Here we go. Here's Michael Buffer right now. Let's go. Let's react to this score count right now. 118, 111, 118 to 110, 120 to 108. Unanimous decision goes to New Zealand, Joseph Parker. There it is. Guys, this is what you get when you have competitive matchups, okay? It's just what you're going to get. You're going to have matchups that are just going to be tough for people, you know what I mean? I mean, it's just this is what you have, guys. So, real tremendous performance by Joseph Parker. Real good win on his part right now. Now on to the main event next with Anthony Joshua taking on Otto Wallin. Another 50-50 fight right here. Boy, I got to tell you, man, there's a lot of upsets that have been happening tonight. So, yeah, we're going to hear from Joseph Parker now. What a big win, real big win for Joseph Parker here. And brilliant on Andy Lee's part to coach him into this, but also with the help of Tyson Fury, as you would imagine. Yeah, he said that the activity really helped him all throughout this year, which I totally agree. I mean, look, inactivity never really helps you. And look at the Colby Covington fight with Leon Edwards. This is a prime example of it. He said he trained in Ireland and moved to England to train with Tyson Fury. How disappointed is Anthony Joshua now? Right? I mean, how mad is he that he just lost this fight? But I mean, look, Otto Wallin could easily win this fight tonight, and that fight would still be good. Yeah, good on Wilder. Good on Wilder to be objective in this one. Yeah, so Wilder said that the reason why he moved around a lot in this fight than in most fights is because he just wanted to feel the confidence and sort of warm up to the fight. So that sort of explains a few things. Yeah. Wilder said that it's his daughter's birthday today, and inshallah, he hopes to make it to the next fight. It's real classy on his part. He doesn't show a lot of excuses like he did in the Tyson Fury fight, and really good that he sort of took that approach, that great sportsmanship, unlike Colby Covington, who obviously denied everything, was in total delusion of his actions and his performance. Wilder here took it on the chin and made no excuses, but also didn't really make a bad account of himself, right? He didn't get finished. So he got in there, got the 12 rounds in, and that's it. Now he's talking about the ayahuasca that he's done. He said he found a lot of peace and love in his life, and perhaps maybe that may be a factor into his sense of hesitancy in his fight. But who knows, one way or another. All right, so now we are just waiting on the main event for Anthony Joshua and Otto Wallin. How about that? A big upset tonight, huh? That's what I'm talking about. Big upsets is what this card was going to offer everybody. So here we are. Yeah, this has been a great card so far. My man said Parker won this one for me. This card is a decent card. Yeah, it's not bad. Handily, yeah. It's definitely not a bad card. That was a master class boxing from Joseph Parker there. There goes Wilder versus Joshua out the window. Yeah, definitely. Right. You're not going to get Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder, unless, of course, they lose. Right. Wilder really thought that he pulled off a Mayweather style here. Yeah, not really. So Wilder's finished, as they say. There's no way he won that. There's no way Wilder won that. Yeah, not absolutely not at all. Yeah, the Saudis have turned boxing into the UFC where now you don't know who's going to win. And now these guys can have their undefeated records and rank spots bought just by taking on tough matchups. It's no longer the days of going in there and, let's say, taking on the easy fights and whatnot. I mean, you're in there now with absolute 50-50 competitions, and rightfully so, as you should be. Right? That's what sport is about. Boxing is not a sport where you just go in there and constantly protect your undefeated record. I mean, you can do that, but at some point, you got to be able to distinguish yourself from being, let's say, a spectacle as opposed to, let's say, a real legitimate fighter that follows the competitive architectures of rankings and belt systems. Yeah, so this could be Deontay Wilder's last fight. You never know. So, but what that is a good question, right? What is next for Joseph Parker? Right? What is next for Joseph Parker? Because he can't fight Tyson Fury. That's his buddy now. That seems to be the rightful trajectory when you beat somebody like Deontay Wilder. But now, well, you're sort of in this loop of positions. I mean, who knows, right? I mean, there's always these other heavyweights are I mean, look at the heavyweights that were on the cards tonight, right? I mean, it's not really that far fetched to see that, yeah, you know what, he could get in there and be in a mix with different heavyweights, other than Tyson Fury, of course. We'll be right back. So, according to Eddie Hearn, he said that Anthony Joshua does not have the video, what do you call it? The TV in his locker room. So he doesn't even know that Wilder lost the fight and he just lost his big money fight right here. So, yeah, that's really interesting. And then, of course, Eddie Hearn said something to the effect of, you know what? We knew that Deontay Wilder didn't have the chance or didn't really have the high ratings of a world caliber boxer to get in there with Joseph Parker, and Eddie Hearn was delighted for Joseph Parker as a result. Yeah, Eddie Hearn is hella happy about this. Joshua don't got to fight Wilder. Well, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but more of like, I guess you missed out on your payday, right? Uh, but at the same time, it's like every time you start seeing these guys lose, right? You start thinking like, you know what? Maybe I could beat them, right? That's just kind of where all of this is at. Now we got AJ and Otto Wally next. And again, this is a true 50-50 fight right here, right? Because we got to understand where Anthony Joshua is at in his career. But at the same time, we also have to try to understand where Otto Wallin is at, considering that he beat Gassiev and then he put Tyson Fury on his back heels. So we got a lot to look forward to in this main event. And by the way, this is a reason why Anthony Joshua is the main event, if you really think about it, right? Because this guy, I mean, let's just be honest, right? He's out there fighting all the main event fights, and he's been doing that for a long time. He's been a bigger draw in boxing. And even though he may not be the best in the world right now, he's still one of the best. It's still good enough for him to, well, be a lot bigger than all these other guys that are in the card, which is why he said to Jarrell Miller that night, he's like, yeah, listen, you're here to work for me. And he's quite accurate in that, right? Anthony Joshua is the ultimate A side of this whole entire card. And I mean, this is the reason why we see what we see right now. Check out the little stare down that they have going on there. Look at Anthony Joshua's eyes. He looks ready and focused in this one. He looks mad and focused at the same time. And then Otto Wallin has this smile like he's up to something that none of us know. And what is that? We don't know. That's up to him to show us later on tonight what that is. So, by the way, guys, if you guys are just joining, don't forget to like and subscribe. We are now moving on to the main event of tonight. And we are excited for the main event of this evening. All right. So I really like what the Saudis are doing with boxing right now. They really are turning boxing into a new UFC or NFL. And what exactly do I mean by that? Well, for those that are just joining us, and what I've mentioned earlier is that they are now creating a competitive space for these boxers to be able to fulfill their obligations of taking on the big names that they need to. Whereas in the past, the reason why a lot of these fights were not happening is just for the simple fact that, well, the politics that are involved in the game. The fact that, let's say, one promoter does not want to work with another promoter. The fact that, well, let's just be honest, right? Some guys don't want to risk their bag. And if that's the case, if the bag is all that you care about, then the Saudis are here to say, you know what? Put your record on the line, put your rankings and your championship belts on the line, and we'll compensate you for it. Which means that a lot of guys are going to be taking a whole lot more risk than usual because of the possible payout that they could get out of these events. Anthony Joshua, 34 years old, 6'6", 26-3 in his record. 82-inch reach. Otto Wallin, 33, 6'5", 26-1. Impressive record. That one comes from the Tyson Fury fight, to which he was, well, he was able to cut up Tyson Fury. He was able to put him in his back heels. And once again, we should not be surprised if there is an upset in this particular fight, right? Because this is what the Saudis are trying to show, is that if we have enough money to make these guys take the risk, then we're going to see some very competitive fights. It's as simple as that. Let me say that again for those that need to understand this firmly, why a lot of these fights are going on and why you're going to see a lot of upsets. They have enough money to be able to make these guys take the risk, because the reason why they don't want to take the risk in the first place is because they don't want a certain cost to outweigh the risk. And this right here is one of the most cost effective ways that the Saudis are operating in order for them to get these big matchups that we truly need in boxing in order to allow this sport to move forward. By the way, I urge you guys after this video to take a look at the video that I did a couple of days ago regarding this event. It was called Why the Day of Reckoning is Important for Future Matchups to Happen in Boxing Later on. Well, now we just saw the Anthony Joshua Wilder fight Ed! All right, the final contest of the evening. Now, Otto Wallin is walking out to the ring. I was going to say cage because obviously we're used to covering MMA fights, but nonetheless, speaking of MMA, how about what's his name? Alexander Gustafsson, right? This guy sort of reminds me of the boxing version of Alexander Gustafsson, if you really think about it. What is this Otto Wallin is walking out to? This sounds like some sort of ballad of some sort, right? I mean, if you guys know what this song is, let me know. It sounds like some 1970s song, but he seems to be smiling about it, like he finds it sort of funny that he's walking out to a song like this. A really good opponent for AJ, if you really think about it, right? Just a very tough matchup for him to deal with right here. Look at Conor McGregor and Ronaldo having the time of their lives watching this. Look at Conor. He's like thinking, yes, yes, very good fight. Yes, yes, very good fight, Ronaldo. Yeah. You want to have some proper 12 in his. He's excited, as well as he should be. Joseph Parker, I think, was fight of the night, in all honesty. Right? He had the biggest upset, other than, of course, the agate fight with what's his name, Makhmedov. That was one of the biggest upsets of the night as well. And here comes Anthony Joshua in his all white robe, ready to walk out. Now Anthony Joshua is walking out to the ring. Oh, wow. Anthony Joshua is actually walking out to Dipset. Oh, wow. Anthony Joshua. And by the way, this is a real niche song of what do you call it? Of like Dipset. This is like Hell Rel or something like that. That's part of the song. So Anthony Joshua has said for a long time that he wanted to walk out to a Dipset song, and now here he is. And now we got a few people coming in now as the main event is starting. Welcome. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend as we are covering the main event of this card tonight. Here we go. Now we are in the main event of the evening. The main event of the evening. 12 rounds of boxing in the heavyweight division. It's really interesting that the British Boxing of Control is the one that is controlling this card all the way down to Saudi Arabia. Very interesting. Steve Gray is the referee for this fight. Now the officials are ready. The All right, here we go. Round one. 240, 239 of the first round. All right, here we go. So far, feeling out process by both men. Hard shot by AJ right there. 147, 146, 144, 133. So Anthony Joshua looks like he really wants to go for the finish of this fight right here. Of course, you got to have a little bit of a feeling out process in the first minute, but then you can see that Anthony Joshua really wants to engage him right there. Good counter shot by AJ right there. Oh yeah, Anthony Joshua looks like a very much improved fighter right now. And once again, I think this proves over time that Anthony Joshua was overall the better fighter in terms of technicalities all this time, right? If you really think about it, right? He is the guy that, well, showed a whole lot more improvement as time went on. Now, if Joshua and Wilder was to fight, let's say maybe a couple of years ago, maybe even in 2017 or 18, I don't know if I would have that same story. I just think that Anthony Joshua has gotten so much better, even with the two losses that he's had against Usyk, and it is showing right here in this fight. Don't be even surprised if Anthony Joshua gets a finish in this one, because right now he's starting off really good, starting off really, really technical. But somewhere down the line, Anthony Joshua is going to hurt you, and then he's going to swarm on you if the opportunity, of course, presents itself. Really fast reaction by Anthony Joshua here. So round one, we got to give to Anthony Joshua on that one. What do you guys think? You guys see Joshua as the winner of that one? Let me know. Let me know what you guys think. Yeah, Anthony Joshua has to really keep him under threat on this one, right? And that's what you got to do for general ringsmanship, is be able to control the pace of the fight, be able to control where the fight goes in what part of the ring, and to corner your opponent in the right spots in order to get him out of there. So look for Anthony Joshua to try to get him out early in this one, but with a methodical approach. Anthony Joshua in the all white, Otto Wallin in the black shorts with purple trim. Here we go. Nice jab. Nice jab and paw by Anthony Joshua here. He's really working that jab. There it is. Another jab. Beautiful jab by Anthony Joshua. The counter shot by AJ right there. So, real interesting approach by AJ here. It seems that, well, so far he's doing a whole lot better than Tyson Fury did against Otto Wallin. And once again, I've said this numerous times, right? Who you are in one particular night is who you're not going to be in another night. You're going to be two completely different people depending on the matchup that is involved. And Anthony Joshua seems to be doing a very good job right now, sticking that jab out there. 1-2, jab in the head and a right hand into the body. Another jab, left jab, another right hand, 1-2 shot. There it is, ducks away from that shot. Very good defense and offense by Anthony Joshua. Double jab by Otto Wallin. Misses. Anthony Joshua ducks away. Halt. So far, very technical matchup by Anthony Joshua, and not only a technical matchup, but a very technical approach. Right, the second and first round, I give it to Anthony Joshua. In the third fight, in the third round, he seems to be controlling the pace at this particular moment of time, and really giving a good account of himself. But also, I think yes, Anthony Joshua does need a finish, just like what the announcers say, just to sort of really stamp down towards Tyson Fury, like, hey, look, you know what? I'm the last man standing left as your competition. If let's say you were to beat Usyk coming up, because if Tyson Fury was to beat Alexander Usyk coming up after this fight, I mean, you got to think to yourself, right? Like this, there's nothing left. I mean, he's basically beat everybody that he needed to beat. So yeah, so right now I would say 3 rounds to Anthony Joshua right now. 3-0 for Anthony Joshua. If you guys see anything different, let me know right on the comment section below. And let me know one way or another who you guys thought won that one. I think Anthony Joshua won all 3 rounds so far. Technical affair, using his range very well, doing what he needs to do. And he's also looking for a finish. Look at that. He's trying to really stab him with that right hand to the body right there. And great job on Anthony Joshua so far. Yeah, so far 3-0 for Anthony Joshua. Make no mistake about it. Another round for Anthony Joshua. Once again, really patient with his shots, really picking his shots in the most masterful way that you can in the world of boxing. There's no doubt about it. I mean, we are seeing a new improvement of Anthony Joshua right now. Now, for him to come out with a finish on this one, it would really show Tyson Fury, hey, look what I did to the guy that you struggled with. Now Otto Wallin is busted up right now, and Anthony Joshua still looks fresh going into this fight. A shutout for Anthony Joshua so far. Let me know what you guys think. If you think any differently, I'd like to know. But Anthony Joshua is winning this fight easily right now. Here we go. Another one. He's going at the same rhythm that he always does, right? He paused that jab out, and then out of nowhere, he comes. It's basically a 1-2 shot that Anthony Joshua has going on right now. And I think that the more that he constantly connects with this, it's just a matter of time where he starts finishing Otto Wallin if he's not already in the path of doing that right here in the 5th round of this 12-round contest. There it is now clinching up 222, 221, 220, 219 of the 5th round. There it is. Another 1-2 shot by Anthony Joshua right here. Yeah, Anthony Joshua is definitely beating him to the punch in this one. Otto Wallin definitely needs to up the pace on this one in order for him to have a chance. What you're seeing right now is a combination of a couple of things, right? You are seeing a combination of a guy who is the much more athletic guy between the two, but also being able to use that in a very wow. Here's a counter shot by Anthony Joshua right now in the 5th round with 1 minute left. He got Otto Wallin rocked. And now Otto Wallin looks like Tyson Fury in their fight, cut up. And now he's just stalking him down as Otto Wallin is walking around the ring. Here comes Anthony Joshua with a jab. Now down to the body. Sort of using the Bivol type of style, right? Lead with the jabs, lead with the straight hands, use those straight hands. Because I think what Anthony Joshua figured out is that no matter what, he's already still a strong puncher, right? He just has to allow his punches to come naturally. I think right now we are seeing the best of Anthony Joshua in this current moment of time. Well, there it is. Anthony Joshua has now finally finished Otto Wallen in the middle of the 5th to the 6th round, which he wasn't able to come out for the 6th round. And there you have it. Great display by Anthony Joshua. Very patient. But not only that, was targeting the body the whole entire time. And just a great improvement in Anthony Joshua's career trajectory. No doubt about it. I mean, this is the best Anthony Joshua that we've seen so far. And by the way, it's very underrated for people to really believe that this is the best Anthony Joshua simply because of the superficial reasons that he, well, lost to Alexander Usyk twice. But what does that even mean at this point, right? Alexander Usyk is a top 2 heavyweight along with Tyson Fury. And even that isn't a guarantee. That's not even a guarantee that he's the best heavyweight in the world. We just really don't know. We really don't know. Because look at what happened with the Francis Ngannou fight. He was able to basically do things like that to Tyson Fury, and yet Tyson Fury is supposed to be supposedly the best boxer in this generation. But big ups to Anthony Joshua for that win. He deserved this win. It was a hard-fought matchup. Well, not a hard-fought matchup, but it was a hard-fought camp and a hard-fought journey for him to get to this situation, for him to look as great as he did. And there's Amir Khan greeting him in the ring, congratulating him as the fight has ended. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. I hope you guys enjoyed this content. Let's cover this some more before we leave, as Cream by Wu-Tang Clan is playing in the background. Cream, get the money. Dollar bills, y'all. Great win for Anthony Joshua. Congratulations, Anthony Joshua. And there's Anthony Joshua and his dad, this time not being attacked by Eddie Hearn in any kind of way. Yeah, there was no indication whatsoever that Otto Wallen was going to be dangerous in any kind of capacity at all. Not whatsoever, right? He wasn't able to do anything to him, and Anthony Joshua gave a good account of himself tonight. So great night of fights. Well, I think that concludes it for the night. I've been on for probably the longest that I have ever been on a live stream. Maybe I could do another 20 minutes just to make it a 5 hours, right? Just to really break my record of 5 hours, just to see if we can get people to watch all 5 hours of these streams. But nonetheless, unable to continue, was stopped in between. Anthony Joshua. All right, congrats, AJ. Congrats on that big win. Once again, I told you guys, take a look at the video that I did about these future matchups that are going to come out of this particular event. Now, Wilder lost, but Anthony Joshua won. There was a period where Anthony Joshua lost and Wilder was winning the whole entire time, still undefeated before the Tyson Fury fight. Now the tables have turned. And once again, this is exactly what the Saudis are great for in the world of combat sports. They are going to shake things up in a way where we're going to see competition that we've never seen before. And not only are we going to see competition that we've never seen before, we're also going to see situations where upsets are going to happen, just like with the Deontay Wilder and the Joseph Parker fight, which shakes up the division, and it really makes things a whole lot more interesting than the boxing that we've seen in the previous years. Now, Anthony Joshua is on the mic. He said that he will allow his team to judge his performance for him. Great answer on Anthony Joshua on that one. They asked if this is more like the old Anthony Joshua. He says in a stoic way, "Hey, not another fight. It's just another fight. Focus on the man in front of him." Yeah, very good. So he has a very stoic approach in this particular matter at hand. So we're going to cover this for 15 more minutes, and then we're out by the fifth hour or so. Anthony Joshua said that it's a treacherous business. You got to do what it takes to win. He's right about that. It's a vicious game. And I think that Anthony Joshua spending a few times in LA in a Crip neighborhood where Nipsey Hussle used to live at, I think really did him some good and some positive in terms of, well, toughing him up a little bit, right? Not to say that where he's from isn't a tough place by any stretch of the imagination. It is, but at the same time, it's not a bad thing to hang out in the hood of the United States to kind of get that hard edge a little bit. Anthony Joshua said that the corner did what they had to do in order for Otto Wallen to fight another day. And they're right. You know, this is something that not a lot of fighters really think about because there's pride and ego involved. Sometimes you just can't go in there and quit, right? But sometimes quitting may be the best thing for you in terms of being able to fight another day. And sometimes that decision is predicated upon the corner. And not just that, also the decision of the referee as well and what he wants to do in that current moment of space. Yeah, Anthony Joshua just said that he was not watching the fight with Deontay Wilder. He said he's just focused on himself. Very interesting take on Anthony Joshua on that one, and rightfully so. And he said, yeah, he'll lost, so what? He'll come back. Great. That's what the sport is about. Hey, you know what? You win some, you lose some, and this is what you get, right? He said that everything that Deontay said, uh, he said that he could basically rip him apart for everything right now. And he says that he hopes he comes back. Very classy on Anthony Joshua's partner. You want to talk about throwback Anthony Joshua? That's the throwback, respectful Anthony Joshua right there instead of the hood roadman version of Anthony Joshua. Great. That's the great message right there for this entire event. He said, you live to fight another day, and that's what it's all about. Because sometimes in boxing, we're sort of in this era where being the undefeated guy is the most valuable and important thing, all because of Floyd Mayweather and all because of Joe Calzaghe and all these other guys that retired undefeated, including Khabib. But sometimes it's just really all about, well, trying your best and going for greatness. And if you win some, you lose some. Either way, you should be praised for the effort that you have put in. Great message by Anthony Joshua right now. He said, keep praying, keep on working hard. Very nice. Very nice. By the way, guys, we got 12 minutes left. I'm going to try to hit my 5 hour mark into this stream, and I will continue covering this on until then. But yeah, the 5 hour mark is going to be my point So I think that was really interesting on Eddie Hearn's part to say that, you know what, maybe this is a blessing because the one thing that Anthony Joshua is looking for is championship fights. Now, Otto Wallin was number 2 in this whole entire division, right? And Anthony Joshua just beat him. And I think that should really that should really age well in terms of Alexander Usyk being able to beat Anthony Joshua. And it should also age well in telling you that, well, there's a reason why Anthony Joshua is not only the most marketable guy in the heavyweight division, notwithstanding Tyson Fury, but also uh, one of the best guys in that division. Maybe not the best, but at least within that top 3 range, that top 4 range, if you want to add Francis Ngannou into that mix. So once again, just like what I said in my previous video previewing this fight, I had said something to the effect of these fights will shape the future matchups of boxing. And I urge you guys to take a look at that video. I'm going to make another video after this stream ends. I'm going to call it Anthony Joshua, the main event fighter of all main event fighters. And then on the second one of that, I'm going to talk about the possible matchup in UFC 300 with Nate Diaz and maybe even Conor McGregor or whoever Conor McGregor may fight in that particular card. But more importantly, we're going to talk about some matchups that are a whole lot more clearer in the UFC 300 card because obviously the last time I did a preview for UFC 300, I mentioned a few matchups that will seem impossible to happen and with good reason. I obviously mentioned GSP possibly taking on Nate Diaz. I'm sorry, Nick Diaz, the older brother, so which means they're going to have a rematch. Obviously, that's not going to happen. I talked about possibly Ronda Rousey taking on Miesha Tate. That has yet to be announced. Maybe that's something they're going to announce later down the road. Hey, the night is still young, so we never know. But there's a few matchups that are going on. I'm going to talk about that in the next video, along with Anthony Joshua's performance. But yes, let's continue on and run this up to the 5-hour mark, which is going to be the longest stream that I've ever had in this whole entire content. I'm going to do that just right before I do that video of Anthony Joshua in the UFC 300 cards. But also with that, in that same video, I think I'm also going to do an early prediction for Dricus du Plessis versus Sean Strickland. And I'm going to go into reasons as to why one guy is going to win over the other. If you want my early prediction right now, I'll tell you on the video. I'm going to tell you who wins. And I'm also going to tell you how with Dricus du Plessis versus Sean Strickland. Now, what should be the next fight for Anthony Joshua as we sort of wrap up this particular segment of Anthony Joshua's career now in the second phase of possibly going for a three-time world championship? Right, he is a two-time unified champion. He won a few belts with the vacancy of Tyson Fury having to vacate a lot of those belts back in 2015. And then from 2016 and 17 and 18, Anthony Joshua was racking up those belts. He loses it to Andy Ruiz in 2019. And then right after that, he wins the title back again, only to lose it twice to Alexander Usyk. So it's quite a wild ride for Anthony Joshua. So you can kind of understand why my next video that I'm going to make about Anthony Joshua is named the main event fighter of all main event fighters, which is really compelling in terms of why he's even the headliner in an all-star card like this. And you can see that he absolutely deserved to be the headline of this whole entire all-star card. Do you guys remember when Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant used to play all-star games? Do you remember that? Well, guess what? It was a game full of all-stars and big names in NBA, but when Jordan or Kobe Bryant was playing, or even nowadays with LeBron James, there is no one any bigger than those guys. And right now, AJ is that guy in boxing. He may not be the best guy in the whole entire division, but he's one of the best guys. But he doesn't need to be the best guy when he's sort of close to one of the best guys and yet the most marketable out of them all. And now you can debate that with whether Tyson Fury is a lot more marketable or whether he's a lot more marketable. Either way, this is where Anthony Joshua is at in his career. He's top 2, top 3, top 4 at minimum best, but he is the most marketable fighter out of all these guys in the card, and if not the whole entire division. And this is the reason why Anthony Joshua was headlining above all these other guys. Now, look, there's Andy Ruiz right there greeting Anthony Joshua after his fight, giving sort of respect to each other as former rivals and foes. And Anthony Joshua, I got to tell you guys, really made a great account of himself. Now, a lot of people have been criticizing Anthony Joshua for all the different types of coaches that he's bounced back from one coach to another, right? He dropped Rob McCracken only to go with Robert Garcia. He then drops Robert Garcia only to go with Derek James. And then he drops Derek James only for him to go with probably a guy that they look at as one of the most least experienced coaches out there. And by the way, they joke around calling him Ben Boxercise because he's sort of like a cardio boxing coach rather than a combat sports legitimate coach in boxing. Well, now I think a lot of things have shown that maybe Ben Davison knows what he's doing. I mean, he was great enough to sort of corner AJ tonight and show AJ the ropes and guiding him in this fight. I think that he really helped AJ become a much more patient fighter. And at that, it showed that there are new wrinkles to Anthony Joshua's game. It showed that he has massively improved from his losses. It showed that the losses that he's had with Alexander Usyk has made him a whole lot better. And that is something a lot of people don't like to really talk about. And probably I'm going to talk more about in the next upcoming video that I'm going to make reacting to this win. Well, I already reacted this whole win. I did an entire 5-hour broadcast with this particular content. But what I am going to do is talk about the improvements of Anthony Joshua and focus on Anthony Joshua as the main event fighter of all main event fighters. And I'm going to tell you why. In that same video, I'm also going to talk about my predictions for Dricus du Plessis taking on Sean Strickland and how I see that fight unfold. I'm also going to talk about the UFC 300 card, the difference between the card that I had projected to have possibly been made as opposed to what is really being made right now, with the likes of Max Holloway, part of that card, with the likes of Justin Gaethje defending his BMF belt against the former 145 champion. And by the way, it's a BMF belt for the 155 championship, which makes that in and of itself a BMF type of moment. What else? Now, Anthony Joshua has proven that he is once again one of the most marketable guys in boxing. And I hope you guys enjoyed the fights. I hope you guys enjoyed this particular moment of time in combat sports. And by the way, I've said this over and over again. Not only was 2023 one of the greatest years for combat sports, but it has also been the greatest era of combat sports, period, in all of human mankind history. Now you have MMA, you have boxing that's always been in the mix. And by the way, why is that significant? I'm going to tell you why. Boxing has always been a sport that has been around for hundreds of years, if not 200 years and counting. And then you have MMA, who's probably older than all these sports combined, but it was never really marketed in a way that was put in a mainstream atmosphere. Unless, of course, you're talking about wrestling, and that's not even in the mix of, let's say, the mainstream sports that they have in the Olympics. But nonetheless, everything that has gone on with MMA, its evolution of the sport, the matchups that it has produced, the athletes, and the evolution of their skills and athletic attributes along the way, and also the historical matchups that have piled on this year alone with the overall history of boxing. This has been the greatest era of combat sports, and what a great time to be alive if you are a combat sports fan in this particular moment of time. I hope you guys enjoyed this live broadcast and this live reaction to this whole entire event. And I will make a video on those particular topics that I had just mentioned, and I will upload it ASAP as soon as possible by the end of this weekend. It is going to talk about how AJ is the main event fighter of all main event fighters. And not only that, I'm also going to talk about how the fight with Dricus du Plessis and Sean Strickland is going to go. And I'm also going to talk about the cards that were announced for UFC 300 as opposed to the cards that I had thought and made in the previous videos about UFC. Are sorry about that. Just wanted to have a proper send off. So yeah, I'm going to end this stream right there. And please don't forget to like and subscribe. Take a look at the next video that I'm going to make for this particular event. Why Anthony Joshua is the main event fighter of all main event fighters. UFC 300 card, what's been signed, what hasn't been signed, as opposed to the opposite video. And last but not least, also the prediction for the upcoming main event for Dricus du Plessis taking on Sean Strickland coming up in the video section. And I hope you guys enjoyed this live. I hope you guys enjoyed the entire event. as I was just ending it off, I was just saying that this is the greatest era of combat sports in its whole entire history, from the history of martial arts to the way that it's evolving now. And then on top of the fact that the boxing that you have right now has gotten even better in the last couple of decades, going back to its roots in the older days where the best fighting the best. Greatest time of combat sports. Hope you guys enjoy. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will be back with more content later on in the future, inshallah.